Lyon County Board of Commissioners, Thursday, May 5th, 2022, 9 a.m. County Commission meetings are open to the public and members of the public may attend in person, and the meetings are also virtual and the public may attend via Zoom. Members of the public requesting meeting support materials can contact Aaron Lopez at elopez@lyon-county.org. Agenda, no action will be taken. Action will be taken on all items unless otherwise noted. No action will be taken on any item unless it is properly agendized. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones and beepers in the silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. So everybody, please just double check, make sure they're on silent. Board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner. Items may be combined for consideration and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Restrictions on comments made by the public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict the comments based upon viewpoint. Board of Commissioners convening as other boards. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Line Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, and the Silver Springs General Improvement District Board. And during this meeting may convene as any of those boards as indicated on this or separately posted agenda. Note, this meeting may break between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch. Roll call. Let the record show all commissioners are present in person in the chambers. Today, we're going to have our invocation given by Mitch Forster of the Mason Valley Southern Baptist Church. And then following that, we will please remain standing while the Pledge of Allegiance. And I am going to ask Andy Cishak to lead us in the pledge after the prayer.
Let's pray together. Our Father in heaven, we call upon you this morning, the Almighty God, the creator of heavens and earth. And we do ask you, Lord, for peace and wisdom and guidance from you. Certainly you are the one that knows the future and knows what is in store. And we ask that every decision made today would be guided by your wonderful mind and your wonderful understanding. Thank you, Lord, for those who are serving. We pray your richest blessing upon them. We pray for clarity of mind of each one that speaks. And we do ask, Lord, for peace and unity in this county and in this state. We do pray, Lord, that everything will be done according to this wonderful Constitution and all of the wonderful rights that you have given to us. We pray these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Andy, would you be willing to do that for us? Okay.
Ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty. Okay, I go to our first public participation. No action will be taken on any item unless it is properly agendized. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Afterwards, please print your name at the clerk's desk. Okay, item number 5, possible action, review and adoption of agenda.
You went through the whole speech of the public participation.
Yeah, that's right. I know.
Sure, somebody.
I was looking on. Do we have any public participation? Okay, we are going to move on. Possible action, review and adoption of agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor of the agenda as presented?
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved. Okay, item 6A, and actually that I need to ask county manager. We're gonna have a 9:30 time specific, correct?
That is correct. At 22 something.
And that was the Silver Springs jetty.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll refer to that at 9:30. So right now we're gonna do a presentation of awards and a recognition for presentation only, recognize Louis Carriola, Lyon County Senior Planner, for passing the exam to become a certified floodplain manager.
Good morning, Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. Yeah, I wanted to recognize Louis this morning. He recently completed the process to become a certified floodplain manager. It's something that we have to do as part of our floodplain management program. When somebody develops a piece of property within a floodplain, they have to go through they have to submit a floodplain development application and obtain certificates of elevation and everything. As a part of that, previously we had been outsourcing that to Far West. When I came on, I saw the need to bring that back in-house, and I had approached Louis about getting certified, and he agreed. So we had to send him to New Mexico to go through a class for a week and go through the testing and get certified. And so one of the really cool things about that was Louis was able to get a grant as a part of that to pay for the trip and everything and the testing. So I just really want to recognize Louis for that. He is on Zoom. I don't know if he wants to say a few words or whatnot, but we do have a certificate of achievement for him.
Awesome. Thank you, Louis. And I'm hoping one of the first things they taught you is to tell people if you're going to develop in a floodplain, don't.
It was more difficult than anticipated. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Haskin, for the acknowledgement. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You went the extra step and the extra length, and you're dedicated to your job. So thank you very much. Any other commissioner?
Mr. Chair, in regards to this award and what Louis has done, the board also needs to understand that by doing this, we are able to do this in-house. So before we were paying Far West a significant amount of dollars to do it. So we're taking care of doing it ourselves. I'm very happy and pleased with Louis and some of the things that were on the test. He wasn't anticipating dealing with coastal flooding, which our coast is Lahontan or the Walker or Carson Rivers.
Until the big one hits.
And he did it extremely well. So we're very appreciative. And then we also do have another award that's not on the agenda, Mr. Chair, if I can address that.
All righty, address it.
So as you all know, the city manager in Fernley, Daphne Hooper, has decided to move on to a different venture in her life and her career. She's going to go work for the University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm very happy for her. Years ago, the city of Fernley has had some difficulties in the past. I'm dealing with city management, and they have people coming in, be there for a year or two, then take off and go someplace else. And Daphne served a number of times as the interim. And then one day I had a conversation with Roy Edgington, the mayor, and he said, I don't know what we're going to do. I said, for goodness sakes, she's already proven herself. She's done it numerous times as the interim. Just give her the position full time. Kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment. Lo and behold, the next city council meeting, they actually did it. Since that time, we've worked very well together over the last several years. Contrary to everybody's popular belief that the city and the county hate each other, we work very closely together on a number of issues. TCID canal issues, building the senior center adjacent to the future community center in Fernley, working on a number of issues in legislation, battled with each other over sea tax, and we're still friends. And so I just wanted to, the board asked for some type of a presentation for her. We have a plaque made for her. So I will give this to Commissioner Jacobson today, so you can take it to her, because she sends me a text this morning, says, so they're gonna have like a little party for me and I have to be there for that. I kind of thought it was cowardly for not to come all the way down here, but you know, okay. I just want to congratulate Daphne. I want to thank her for the years of support and working together. And we've had some difficult conversations. I've been in her office, she's been in my office. We both left crying a time or two, but we've also both left smiling more often than not. So I just want to thank her for her efforts. Appreciate her dedication to Lyon County and the city of Fernley. And so we have the service award presented to Daphne Hooper for outstanding dedication to the city of Fernley and Lyon County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daphne, do you want to say anything?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jeff, and thank you to the commissioners. You know, when I made this decision to deep heart, it was a difficult one to make. My heart is in public service, and I think local government is the greatest place to be a public service. You know, I grew up in rural Nevada, and I understand the issues, and the relationship that we have built between Lyon County and Fernley, I think has been incredible. And I hope that it will continue moving forward. I think, you know, Jeff made some great statements. We don't always agree, and that's okay. But I think it's really important to keep those lines of communication going and march on. Lyon County as a whole has a lot of challenges moving forward. It's growing, and we're kind of dealing with a lot of the growth and development issues. So thank you for everything that you have done and the support that you have provided. And I really appreciate the time that we have spent together. So thank you.
Daphne, it's Ken.
Hi.
Gonna miss you. You've been a rock star there, and you know the relationships we've always had have been great. And you know my sister, when she worked for you, she always had great things to say about you. And it's really sad to see you going on, but you can never you can never be mad at anybody for moving their career up or in the direction they want to go. So thank you, and you've absolutely been an instrumental part of. I've been on this board for 6 years now, and been watching it for almost 20, and you've been an instrumental part in smoothing relations over and getting things done, and a much better spirit of cooperation between the two entities. And I really want to thank you. You have worked your heart out there, and congratulations moving on. I'd love to know more about what you're going to be doing there when you have time, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Rob.
Hey, Ms. Hooper, just Rob here, and just wanted to thank you. And it's been a while since I've received an award, so I accepted it on your behalf. And I'll see you hopefully this afternoon if we get out of here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keller.
Okay, Daphne, we have worked together for, I don't even know how many years. Oh my gosh, we knew each other way back before I became a county commissioner. You got, anything close to, a city manager's job. And you've been awesome to work with all of these years, very professional. And I'd like to learn more about what you're going to be doing at UNR as well, but you're going to be sorely missed. And I know if we're going to miss you here, the city of Fernley is really gonna feel it when you're gone. It's one of those situations, no matter who they put in there, they're gonna have very big shoes to fill. And anyways, don't be a stranger. I know you're gonna be busy with the new job, but reach out and say hi once in a while.
Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Daphne, I've known you since you got that position. In fact, I remember I had something to deliver to City Hall the day your predecessor was relieved of his duties, and you came out and handled that with the grace and dignity that you've handled your job as city manager. So it's a big loss for the city of Fernley and for Lyon County by extension, but congratulations and good luck. And I know you'll do a good job for the University of Nevada. So thank you very much for all your service.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Daphne, thank you for all the great association and cooperation. It sounds like the county is going to be losing someone very beneficial to both Fernley and Lyon County. And best of luck in your new endeavor.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate it.
Well, again, thank you, Daphne, and please let us know what you're up to.
Absolutely. So real quick, if I may, so I am going to the University of Nevada, working directly under President Sandoval. They have created a brand new position. It's the Director of Community Indigenous Relations. So I'll be working with the Native communities throughout the state to kind of build bridges with those communities and provide access to those communities. I am Native, so it is near and dear to my heart. And I have a few more years left till retirement. So I thought I would take this opportunity. It is a historical position. So I'm just looking forward to it. And I will truly miss everybody that I have worked with. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Daphne. All right, get back to my agenda here now. We will go to Commissioners and county manager reports. We'll start on my left today with Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Just a few things. I'll start off by thanking Aaron. I know we had Administrative Assistance Day here recently, and thank you for everything. Also believe yesterday was International Firefighters Day. I want to thank all of our men and women serving there, providing safety for us. Attended the Fernley City Council meeting last night. That seemed to go all right. Daphne, they're going to miss you if you're still on. Attended the Jamie King Memorial and helped set up, take down. Jamie King was an incredible young lady, and hard to believe some people get taken so early in their lives, but great turnout. While her memory lives on, this foundation does a great job of supporting many youth in all of northern Nevada, not just Lyon County. Fernley also lost a longtime resident, Jack Ellington. My condolences to his family. And on a little bit brighter note, as a volunteer for Endow, we cranked out another group of kids that have their hunter's ed cards and are raring to go. So I hope hope those kids draw in the upcoming draw for big game. And that's a very rewarding activity that I participate in a couple times a year. So with that, that's all I have, Chairman Gray.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. Commissioner Keller.
What pretty much could echo Commissioner Jacobson as far as Jack Ellington and Ms. King and sad times. And again, Daphne, yes, you're going to be missed. Can't say that enough. So I'm going to keep my report short this morning. I know Jeff's got a presentation he would like to do, so I'm going to.
All righty. First, I want to remind everybody that we are now moving in, May is law enforcement week. Today we're doing the law enforcement memorial in Carson City, and I believe, and I haven't been able to confirm yet, but I believe we're going to be putting Deputy King's name on that memorial today. So just remember your law enforcement officers this month, and they put a lot of stuff on the line for us. So when you see the little flags with the blue lines or the thin blue line emblems, remember there's a lot of guys out there that put their life on the line for us every single day, and it's for most of them it's a passion and a way of life, and they do it because they believe in it. Also want to tip my hat to Community of Stagecoach. They got their Stagecoach Advisory Board up and running again last night. Been a long time coming, but it's nice to see them going again, and Charles Shirley has done a great job of kind of track everybody and get everybody on track and working with Aaron, and thank you, Aaron, for getting that all going, and just glad we've got all our functioning advisory boards again. Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Feliz Cinco de Mayo. Everybody got tacos today for lunch. I attended the Mountain House Advisory Board meeting the other night. Obviously, they are upset with the concerns about possibly losing funding for their community center, which they sorely need. They feel like they're being picked on, and I think there's, whether that's accurate or not, it's still a feeling that we need to address. We need to do something for them, but we'll be discussing that later in the agenda, so I'll leave that for then. I actually zoomed into the Dayton Advisory Board last night. I was still reviewing this small agenda package we have for today. But just one thing, a comment on the Dayton Regional Advisory Board. They expressed some frustration because there's items that were put on their agenda that they're on the agenda for them to discuss. Well, they really don't have any background information on it, and there's no staff present to present to them, so they're kind of operating blind. So I'm looking forward to Mr. Page's presentation here about teamwork, because we need to extend that to our citizens advisory boards as well. And I just returned from a trip to South Carolina to visit my sister. My sister occasionally gives the invocation for us, and she said to tell my fellow commissioners hello for her. So I will. And that's all I have at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Huckabee.
Well, I've been bouncing around the county. I also attended the Mount House meeting where we had a meeting basically in something the size, a little bit bigger than my wife's closet. Pretty much crams everybody in there. So obviously we need to think about getting them a bigger and better place to have their community meetings. Also had a pretty long meeting last night, Smith Valley, discussions of HUD Bay Mine and things such as that, land bill. So that was an interesting one. Started off the week in Silver Springs at their meeting. So it's been quite interesting to hit all of the different topics that are going on in Lyon County. I'm gonna kind of keep things short today. I was weed whacking yesterday and now I can hardly breathe and my eyes are burning. But I did want to thank the Mason Valley, Smith Valley Conservation District for coming out and spraying the acres of weeds that I have on my property. And I appreciate that service for our community. So that's all I have today.
Thank you, Commissioner Huckabee. County Manager.
Good morning, Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. So since about 2000, we have had, this board has addressed and dealt with some of the most complex, controversial issues over quite some time. And out of that, here recently, a number of the commissioners as well as staff have voiced their concern of, we're always told no, there's got to be a better way. And we've seen some contention between staff members and board members and staff. So it's not unexpected with the issues that we're dealing with. It's not unexpected with the political climate that we face as a nation, let alone as a state. And it's not unexpected when you have 8 different communities that you serve who all have different needs and want things done their way. And we have to do things pursuant to what the constitutional laws say and treat everybody fairly. So there's always going to be that consternation in those difficult times. Today, I want to briefly just talk about how we, i.e. the Board of County Commissioners and staff, can work closer together and address some of the concerns and issues that we've been dealing with. So where are we going? One of the things that I think we as a board, or the board and staff, we need to work together as a team is, we need to figure out, and maybe this late summer or early fall, do a retreat and come up with what are our top concerns over the next 4 to 10 years, and how are we going to address those concerns. And we don't have to have the answers for those concerns, but what is it we need to address, and then start working on getting some of those things addressed. Where are we going as a team? How are we going to communicate? How are we going to be better providing information to the board to make factual decisions, as well as the public, so they understand what the board is doing? How do we inform and educate the public as to what the board can and can't do? Because there's a big misconception out there with a large number of population that's moved into the county from other areas of the country, not just California. I'm not here to pick on California. I know some folks that moved here from the East Coast, and their board of commissioners has a great more authority than what you have, because they work in a home rule state, and we don't have that ability. So we'll be bringing up some more ideas in the upcoming months on how we improve some of those things. So here's the current status. Various levels of frustration from the board and staff. We've had a rapid succession of meetings and agenda items. We've had insufficient information gathering or sharing, questions or comments from left field, dissatisfaction over results, buyer's remorse. That's the downside. So let's talk about communicating. So I'll give you an example, and I'm not here to pick on individual commissioners, so I'll pick on all 5 of you today, so nobody feels left out.
Sure, I'm gonna bust big enough to.
And
get you
I
from here.
have spoken with all of you about these various concerns, so I'll bring the first one that comes to mind. Commissioner Hockaday had a concern about an intersection in Mason Valley, and he brought a solution. What I'm asking is that the board bring your solution, talk with staff, but let's take a look at what all the solutions are, because many instances, the solution that you think makes common sense, we may not legally be able to do it, or from a regulation point of view, may not be able to do it, or from a fiscal point of view, we may not be able to do it. So if you have a concern from a constituent or a concern of your own, contact me and the affected department head. We'll sit down, have a meeting, give us 20 to 30 days to bring solutions forward. We'll call you, say, okay, here's the potential solutions. What do you want on the agenda? And then we can take it to the board. And now we have something to work with. So at the end of the day, we're addressing the issue, addressing the problem. And at the same time, we're able to provide you with what's legal and fiscally responsible options to get something done. Communicate your constituent concerns with staff. We just discussed that. We'll provide you with options. We'll create the agenda item, and we'll discuss and debate in the public hearing. Now, that's the other part of it, right? And so Commissioner Gray has discussed a number of times now election integrity and voter confidence. And he has brought to the table a number of potential solutions to the problem, and the board has taken action on a variety of things. And it hasn't always gone exactly as the agenda item was listed. There's nothing wrong with that. But if we have a specific path that we want to follow, we as staff are now going to be addressing through leadership. We've dealt very well with the development community and the public is tell us what you want to do. We'll see how we get you there. We just never applied that to you guys. So that's kind of the mentality we're trying to get to now is tell us what you want to do. And we'll provide you the best path or recommended best path to get there.
And I'll tell you, I'm guilty of it. I'll throw something out there as an agenda request item and I don't flesh out enough for staff. I expect you guys to read my mind, and I know it's not fair to you guys, and I do still need to continue to work on that or discuss it with
I
you. So
usually can't read your mind before the
can-
meeting, but during the meeting, when your temple starts throbbing up here, that vein, I pretty much have an idea.
It's right here.
It's not going as well as it should be. Right? We ask from both staff perspective and your perspective that we consider all options. Not everything has a single option to repair the problem. And so maybe it's not an option that you're really behind, but at least give us the opportunity to provide it to you and consider it. One of the big things, so today, at the end of the meeting, for the audience's edification, the board has an agenda item for future agenda items. So if it's something as simple as a resolution to address motorcycle safety awareness or whatever, that's pretty simple. I can get that done tomorrow and Monday. Because Monday is when the agenda items are due for the next board meeting. But if it's something as complex as revamping a code or addressing some social issue, I'm probably going to need more than 2 days before I can put it on the agenda. Most of the things that you provide to us, we can get the information together in 30 days and have it on within not the next meeting, but the meeting following that. So understand that we're not trying to push back and say, no, we don't want to do this. We want to provide you with the best information possible, provide you with the factual information so that you can make a rational decision and we can move forward. So when you ask for an agenda item and you don't see it on the agenda, just understand that we still, every department head still has a regular full-time job to do on top of doing research for the agenda items. So just give us a little patience to move forward there. You may not always get the solution you wanted. Again, that comes back to the board and how they decide to vote. Okay? We have to figure out in any instances what is right versus what's popular. In many instances, what's popular is right, but in some instances not. My staff, we need to, and I've had some conversations with a couple of department heads. We're working on trying to understand where you come from. In your world, many instances, it's a political issue. I don't mean politics is not a four-letter word. I'm not talking about all this stuff you see on CNN, MSNBC, or Fox News. I'm talking about good old-fashioned political decisions. This is what's best for my constituents. And we're looking at it from an operation perspective. Can we do what you're asking us to do? And what monkey wrenches does it throw in for us? So there's two views when we bring things to the agenda to be discussed that are being addressed. Your view is the political leader, and our view is from the operation perspective on how this is going to operate. And then at the end of the day, My brother-in-law used to work for the school district. He retired a few years back. His thing was what's best for the kids. And our answer to you is what's best for the county long-term. Understand that sometimes we put Band-Aids on things, but also understand that in 2010, this board asked me, stop kicking the can. Let's start dealing with the issue. We've done a pretty good job over the last dozen years of dealing with issues. More so in the last 2 years, there have been some controversial, difficult, challenging meetings for us to work through, but we've done it. Every one of us is still alive. You got to remember, I have lived through every 100% of every problem I've ever created in my life. And same thing with here. We have lived through it. We're moving forward. We're getting items addressed, and they may not always go the way we want them to go, but they're getting dealt with. So one of the things that the public and staff and the board need to understand, we're on the same team. Now, I have heard, we're just a big family. No, we're not. Because as it says up there, families put the word fun and dysfunctional. Okay? We are a team. We work together. We deal with issues. We come up with solutions to problems. We move forward. If we're a family, then we can allow all the inner bickering and those kinds of things to exist. We can't allow that to exist. We have to be prepared to bring solutions to the table on every 2 weeks, sometimes at least in the last couple of months, seems like every week, to address issues and get problems fixed. So teams foster a culture of open communication followed with agreed upon action. I will tell you, it does not make any difference to me or my staff if the board votes 3-2, 4-1, or 5-0. The board has made a decision. It doesn't make any difference whether it's unanimous or not. We're going to do our best to implement that decision, whatever it may be, that the board supported or the board went against. Either way, right? So for our perspective, it is not an issue of, well, Ken invited it, support it. No, the board made a decision. That's the direction that we go. Again, tell us what you want and let us figure out how to get to there. Then I want to remind everybody of this. No employee, from the newest hire to the person who's been here the longest, gets up in the morning and says, I've come to work to work. We have bad days. Lord knows I do. I have lost my ever-loving mind at least once in the last
10 minutes.
3 hours. So we all have those struggles. But as we move forward, what I'm asking of the board and of staff is let's work together, let's communicate better, and understand that if we do this, understand that as a team, if you call a department head and say, hey, I'm thinking about blah, 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 and they say something that you don't like, they're assuming that by you calling them, that you now think they're part of the team, and they are open and entitled to voice their concern about what you're saying. If that's not the case, then maybe we should call. We're here to figure out how to deal with issues. And so staff views you folks as part of the team, and Commissioner Keller, who's been around for a while, we've been on ups and downs over the years, can tell you from her personal experience that there are times that she has just flat disagreed with a staff member. She's called me, she's been frustrated, she's been irritated, but at the end of the day, she was like, I get it, we're all on the same team, you're just looking at it from a different perspective. And so we will do our best to understand that same thing from you folks. All we ask is that let's be a little better with open mind and dialogue and how we're going to address issues, and then figure out how we get to where you want to go. And I got to be honest with you, if we can't get you where you want to go, we will tell you. And if you still want to put something on the agenda the way you want to put it on the agenda, that is your right as a county commissioner to do that. But if we explain to you right up front, I mean, several of you call me or staff on Monday or Tuesday before the board meeting to get clarification on an agenda item, or understand what the agenda item is about, or voice your concern about an agenda item, and you do a pretty good job of doing that during the board meeting. The one thing I ask is, if you have a concern about something that's on the agenda, please talk to the person that put the item on the agenda, preferably at least the day before the meeting, not 2 minutes before the meeting, and blindside them. Give us an opportunity to, we never thought about what you're bringing up, and give us the ability to say, oh, maybe we should pull this, or maybe we should change it, or maybe we should change our recommendation. Because my team's awesome, but sometimes we don't think everything that you think. So many instances you come up with an idea and it's like, well, we never thought of it that way. Maybe we should pull this and take back. Then the last thing I'll leave you with is we have a former commissioner who used to sit in the Carson Water Subconservancy Board of Directors years ago. And there was what, 13 people on that board?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So he was going to vote no on an issue and everybody was going to vote yes. And they decided to wait till the next meeting. They did some more research. And as it turned out, that particular commissioner on that board was indeed correct, and they changed the way they went. With the exception of time-specific issues, I mean, time by NRS, if the board's not comfortable making a decision, we provide you the opportunity to continue the item. If there are concerns that have not been addressed during the meeting or in a staff report, you're not comfortable making the decision, then by all means, ask for a continuance to the next board meeting. Let us do the research to answer your question. So we are making the decisions. All of us in this room have lived with decisions that were made in the past. Some of them are really, really good. A lot of them were not. Okay? And so we want to be able to set the tone and set the foundation for the future, that if what we're proposing or a commissioner is proposing, if there's a challenge with it or there's some concern about it for the future, then by all means, let's continue until the next meeting until we get your questions answered and do it the right way versus trying to push something through that's maybe we should. That's all I have. I'll entertain any questions or comments that you have, as long as your comments are nice.
Oh, no, that ain't happening.
Anybody?
Jeff, my only comment is, yeah, you and I have been buddies. We've got out the gloves. We've been all over the board. But one thing I just wanted to say for my fellow commissioners, that whether it's you or another staff member, department head or whatever, I've always felt comfortable to be able to express my opinion and to get their opinions. We don't always agree. Sometimes it gets a little heated. We disagree. But the one thing I've always appreciated from everybody is we can have that disagreement and then we can go have coffee together. And we got to remember that. That's like you said, you know, whether you want to call it family, dysfunctional, or if you want to call it a team, we got to be able to express our opinions, especially when we're asking you for opinions. We need to be able to receive the answer. And then whether we agree or disagree, we can work our way through it. I know, excuse me. Many times I disagreed with information that was brought to me. And if I disagreed enough, I went and did my own research and came back and said, well, wait a minute. This is what I'm finding. So you have to leave yourself open to have those discussions. We're not always going to agree. We all have different personalities, thought processes. And oftentimes Jeff and I end up in the same place. We just had two different ways to get there. And so I look forward to having a retreat. I've actually asked for those in the past. I think they're beneficial. That gives the board an opportunity to speak freely and kind of hash out, you know, some of their thought process. So
Tahiti, okay?
What was that?
Tahiti, okay?
Hey, I'm on board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Page, thank you very much for that presentation. And I know that your concern is genuine. I appreciate that. You know, there's a couple items on today's agenda that I have a little issue with the process of how we get there. And I think this is something that we can work through, because I don't think our process is either clearly defined or clearly understood. So I think this is a step in the right direction to make sure that we all understand what the process and the procedures are for board action and for agenda items and just general county management. So thank you for taking this step. And I look forward to continuing this discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Mr. Page, thank you for the presentation as well. I would just like to also extend the olive branch to your department heads, et cetera. If there is something coming up and they want to point out or provide clarification, they're always welcome to contact me. And as an example, I know I want to give a shout out to Mr. Haskins. I've received numerous phone calls from him providing clarification or asking him if I have questions. When I ask him questions, he gives me, I would hope, feedback that I may or may not want to hear, but I know that he's a straight shooter, and so I appreciate that as an example. And then I think as a board, one thing I've noticed in my short time is when we go into closed session, I just want to make sure that our DA knows that he should be able to tell us, give us what we need to hear, not what we want to hear. And I think sometimes I don't know that as a board we're receptive to that, and I think that is definitely one area that we need to change. And then finally, I want to just finish with an apology to Eric. I know that I put him on the spot late at that Dayton meeting regarding the insurance broker, and I should have called him beforehand. I don't know that would have changed my position any, but it would have definitely given more time to be prepared. So, Eric, I know you're back there. Yeah, there you are, big guy. I apologize. All right, I'm far more. I'm a lot closer to imperfect than perfect. All right. So that's all I have, Chairman Gray.
Thank you.
Well, I'd have to say in the military, when my boss told me I was wrong, he threw me out of the office and I had no more say about it. The nice thing about working here is that we do have discussions. They can be heated, but I've noticed that we come to some great conclusions based on those discussions. So I've kind of appreciated the environment here. Staff has worked quite well and answered just about every question I've had. I've had calls from, well, just about every person that we've had an issue with. They've called and we've discussed things, and it's helped quite a bit to come up with a better decision. So I've kind of appreciated the way things have worked, and I hope we can keep on that level.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Page. It was a good presentation and it gets us all to, helps us all to refocus, and do appreciate it.
I just want to make sure in closing that the board doesn't leave with the perception that we think that the board is doing anything wrong or that the staff's doing anything wrong. I've just seen that over the last several meetings, some frustration on both sides, and we just need to get out in the open. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, we're a creature of the Federal Revised Statutes, and we have to follow things in open meeting law perspective. So sometimes it's difficult discussing our challenges and difficulties in the public, but that's what we're supposed to do. And so I just applaud the board for allowing me for the public's edification. I did call each board member prior to putting this on the agenda so they knew that it was coming. If they would have said no, it still would have been on the agenda because they have the discussion. But again, I wanted to practice what I preach. Didn't want to blindside the board with anything. I'm not accusing or chastising the board or staff. It's just we focus on our communication and our thought process and how we move forward. So with that, I thank you all, and we'll move on.
Thank you, sir.
Past the 9:30.
Yeah, let's say we're up for our 9:30 time specific now. That was item 22 something.
A.
Yeah, but I like the way you said 22 something. All right, at this time, we're going to recess to reconvene in Silver Springs GID. Public participation. It's anticipated that public participation will be, boy. It is anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item and action item. But before the board takes any action, you will also be asked to sign in, please, at the clerk's desk. At this time, is there any public participation for items that are not on the agenda, this portion? Okay, moving on to item 22A, time certain, 9:30 a.m. Possible action to consider a petition by Bill Miles to enlarge the boundaries of the Silver Springs General Improvement District sewer service area to include owner APNs 018-363-09, 018-364-07, 018-364-08, and 018-32-02. Mr. Briquetta will be presenting.
Chairman Gray, Commissioners, David Briquetta for the record. So this is a request to expand the service area for the sewer out in Silver Springs General Improvement District. In your packet, there's a list of attachments that we have up here. But without going through everything, Jeff, if you want to just jump to page 26. So what you have and what Jeff's scrolling through is there's a very specific statute in the Nevada Revised Statute 318.285-258. This says this is a process that we go through to expand the general improvement district. So we worked in conjunction with the district attorney's office. We put together a petition form that meets all the elements of the requirements. Mr. Miles completed the form, verified that he is the owner of the property. So a high level overview, what you have here, what you see on the screen is the light green area, which now I see doesn't show up very well in the presentation, is the sewer service area that we currently have, boundaries for the Silver Springs GID. The areas in red, just off of Highway 50 at Opal, where the new highway comes in on the south side there, these are the proposed properties to expand the district on. Go to the next one. It's just a blown up section of it. And so there's the total of the 4 properties that were mentioned in the report that would be included in the general improvement district. Next one. And what would happen is there's a sewer line that runs right near that process. At this point, there hasn't been any formal plans put forth what would be done there. But they would have to go through an engineering review if this were to be incorporated into the GID. When they come forward with their plans or process, just like any developer would have to do, they'd go through, we'd see, can they pump into the existing system? The expenses would be at the expense of the developer to go through this process. So with that, this section right here is more just the information showing that there is capacity within the Silver Springs Sewer Improvement District. We have the ability, if they were to be incorporated in, they would have to purchase what we call EDUs, equivalent dwelling units. It's a connection into the system. They'd have to follow all the rules. They'd have to purchase the connections. And what this spreadsheet shows is there's connections available either to purchase through private property owners or through the GID itself. So with that being said, what would happen today is if the board does want to expand the GID, there's a resolution in the packet, and the motion would indicate to expand the area, and then we would end up getting this recorded, this process. I believe the petitioner is online. If there's any questions for myself or the petition.
Actually, I think he's on right. He's here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got a hologram now.
I was looking around, I could see it.
Good morning. I'm Bill Miles. So I'm the owner of the entity that owns the property in Silver Springs, Miles Minerals, and Mr. Briquetta did a great job, and I'm here to answer any questions if anybody has any.
I have a motion.
I have a question for Mr. Briquetta. Mr. Jacobson, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman Gray. I just for the public here, this did go through the Silver Springs advisory board.
No, we did not. We did not bring it to the Silver Springs Advisory Board.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Briquetta, I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
So if this is approved, will there be any expense at all incurred by current ratepayers?
No, so all the expenses associated with this would be at the expense of the developer.
Okay, just want to make sure we had that on record. Thank you. Ms. Keller?
Yeah, I would like to move to approve the petition by Bill Miles to enlarge the boundaries of the Silver Springs General Improvement District Sewer Service area to include the owner APN 018363090, 018364070, 018364008, and 018388202.
Second.
Well, I got a real quick question here. I was going to second it, but so there's a resolution in this also. Do we need to read that resolution in as a part of the motion?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay, so we've got a motion in a couple seconds and we'll open it up for discussion at this point. And Mr. Henderson, you're jumping out of your seat there, so go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify on the staff report. It also says to adopt an order. Do we need to change the motion to include the adoption of an order enlarging the Silver Springs GID?
There was a motion in your packet. So the suggested action is move to grant the petition and adopt an order enlarging the Silver Springs General Improvement District boundaries to include, and then I listed those 4 APNs.
Okay, so I read off the front, and so you're saying I needed to add the order into that motion?
Yes.
Okay, so be it.
Second still stands.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes,
Thank you, Wes.
Chairman Gray.
Okay, any further discussion? Any public discussion on this? Okay, it looks like Mandy Bernand has a online question.
Good morning, Amanda Bernand for the record. I guess I would just like to ensure that this wouldn't have any effect on existing well owners. I know it doesn't include, it only includes a small area, but there would be no precedent set for requiring people currently not on these utilities to hook up. I just have a concern. I know there are people on septics in other towns, et cetera, and I just want to ensure that there's no precedent set for requiring them to hook up to any of the utilities. Thank you.
Mr. Burkett, you want to fill that one?
Yeah, so just to clarify, the Silver Springs GID is just sewer only. It doesn't include the water side. That's Silver Springs municipal water. But, and no, this is just to incorporate it to within the sewer side. And there's already a sewer line there, so they're within the boundary. So no, it wouldn't change or set precedents.
Thank you. Any further public participation online or in the house? Okay, at that point, I'm gonna call for the vote. All in favor of the motion as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Going back, find my place here real quick. Okay, we're gonna go to our final public participation for the Silver Springs GID. Is there any public participation at this time? Okay, at this point, we're gonna adjourn to reconvene as Lyon County Board of County Commissioners and return to item number 8, elected officials reports. Who's gonna make it to the mic first? Looks like the sheriff is on his way. But wait, the DA is catching up.
Frank Hemwell, Sheriff, for the record. Kind of short and sweet. I'm going to kind of elaborate a little bit on what Chairman Gray talked about. We're gearing up for National Police Week, which starts next week in Washington, DC. There's a bunch of events going on locally that started for us on Tuesday with the Memorial Run. A number of people from the Sheriff's Department, Juvenile Probation, and other law enforcement facets in this community participated in that. Today at 1 o'clock is the memorial in Carson City at the Capitol. And they are going to add Deputy John King's name to the list today. So I'm headed there this afternoon. And then tomorrow is the Hoff Memorial in Reno at Idlewild Park at 10 o'clock. And John's going to be recognized there also. So outside of that, business is normal, very busy, got a lot of stuff still going on. I'm still very proud to say that I think the citizens of Lyon County are fortunate that where you live, doesn't matter which community you're in. There's a lot of good things about being here, and I look forward to work every day and trying to make it better.
Today's is at 1 o'clock at Capitol,
1
right?
o'clock at the Capitol.
And then tomorrow's at Idlewild is at
10.
10.
Sheriff Honeywell, I'm gonna put you on the spot. No.
Hey, go
This
for it.
is this may be an answer you do or don't know, but I've been recently, I got a phone call about 3 catalytic converters getting stole out of vehicles during the, actually happened during the day. Is that increasing here in Lyon County, those types of catalytic converter and the other counties making it illegal to sell those or to you can get caught with a used catalytic? I don't know. I said I would ask.
So that it is becoming a big problem here, just like Douglas Carson. It's a big problem everywhere. I mean, they're stealing catalytic converters off of our county vehicles in our parking lots. So, our undercover guys are working some angles on that. The problem is that we're starting to find out it's not just local people doing it, it's people come from other areas. So it's a big problem across the board. I have the same concerns you do. Where are they fencing this stuff? I mean, if you're taking it to a scrap yard, we don't have any scrap yard here in Lyon County that they can do this to, but you would think there would be some way of saying the scrap people need to stop buying these things.
Right.
But it is becoming a problem. And we're doing what we can to try to catch them, but I mean, they're just getting more and more brave.
Oh yeah, middle of the day.
So I don't have the answer to your question. I can't say what that is the problem.
Well, if you hear of any counties or any other states that are handling something like that, I would be more than willing to vote yes to whatever, from higher prosecution penalties, whatever. I say we hammer them. So
So when you guys were giving me a bad time, the DA beat me up here. Hey, Steve, what are we gonna do about it?
These guys better be careful because, instead of collecting precious metals, they may collect lead doing this.
yeah.
That is true. It's a problem. And I can't stand up here in front of everybody and say that I have the answer.
Well, I was just thinking if we take away the market, then maybe I think that's the only way to maybe make it illegal to sell catalytic converters. And I don't know if we can do that, use catalytic converters, but it should be nice.
I mean, I think you can do it on the legitimate business front, but you're not going to stop the black market. So.
Well, I have a question.
Okay.
So I heard recently, and I don't know if it's true or not, you just hear stuff. So I know they've always stolen for the precious metals, but I actually heard that there's a market for them right now because people that need to replace their catalytic converters are having a hard time getting them. New parts, is that true, or have you heard that?
I haven't heard that, but I would say that's probably within the realm of possibilities.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if that's increasing the
I
fact that
think
they're
it
being
probably is.
stolen.
I mean, we got one of our patrol cars that had a hole in the muffler, took 6 months to muffler for it.
Right. So like I said, I heard that, wasn't sure if it was true, but
So, I mean, somebody steals, I'm getting off topic here, but a catalytic converter and posted on eBay is for sale for a 2013 Hyundai. Okay, I mean, it was stolen or not,
Right.
so.
Repeat after me. I was in fear for my life. I want my lawyer. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, Sheriff Honeywell, how are we doing with our post students?
Good thing you remind me. That's one piece I was going to talk about. So we did hire another new individual last week that came to us from NHP. So we have a new person on board. So we have another one in the works right now. We have 5 guys that attended the recent post academy. They're going to graduate on May 19th at 4 o'clock in Douglas County. If anybody wants to come and watch those guys graduate, it's going to be at the Senior Center in Douglas. Right there when we first come into town. So there's five gentlemen that are graduating, so they all made it. That's a good thing. 3 of them have already completed their patrol FTO, so they're going to be an automatic add to the street. 2 of them have to go through our FTO process now, and then they'll complete that. And we have another 4 going in July. And then after that, we have another 4 going in January of next year. So potentially speaking, not potentially, actually factually speaking, we're going to be, and we have three currently in FTO right now. So we're looking at adding 10 to 12 new people to patrol in the next few months. So that's going to be a huge benefit to what's going on outside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobson.
In my past life, whenever I poached a quality person from another organization, it felt really good. Does it feel that good to you when you steal someone from NHP?
It's kind of a 1-for-1. So I coached this gentleman from NHP and I lost one to the airport.
Oh.
So we're kind of, so it's a continual battle that we're dealing.
Don't forget about the wins, though.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't think
it feels
I
good,
think
huh?
the wins are a plus. Anything else?
Huh?
Do you have any? Anybody else have anything? Congratulations, and I look forward to that graduation. I'll be there.
Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Rye, DA. Just following up on Commissioner Jacobson, there are some other municipalities that have adopted ordinances dealing with the catalytic converter issue. So I'll get with Frank and we'll have some options, probably first or second week of June.
Chairman Gray, that would be excellent. I will sponsor that if you need a sponsor. So thank you.
I think you'll probably have 5 of us that'll sponsor and support that. So just saying. All right, next elected officials. Did you have anything further on that or anything further at all? Steve, do you have anything else at all? Okay. All right, and elected officials online. Okay, we are gonna go to item number. Boy, yeah, no, I know it's 9. I'm trying to find it. I don't want to say 9 until I can actually find it.
Officials.
There we go. We're gonna go to appointed officials at this time. And anybody in, Andrew, there you go. And shuffle around, I lost my place.
Andrew Haskin, Community Development Director for the record. I just wanted to thank Chairman Gray. He pointed out an issue that we had in Dayton. Somebody was doing some grading and cutting in a pad without any permits. So
Throw me under the bus.
we went and we did check it out. And so I just wanted to thank you for that information. We do look at any of those issues when they come to our attention. So I appreciate it.
And just so you know, this was just not a little issue. This was a big, we're talking cutting a road, laying foundation, and it was actually brought to me by a neighbor of the property. So I scratched my head like, oh, this is big. So Commissioner Jacobson.
Going back to my past life, saying just came to mind, snitches get stitches.
Snitches get stitches.
So-
I know, but we do have a duty to uphold. When somebody brings us something, we do need to check it out.
So I do want to point out, a citizen had come to Chairman Gray asking about it. And so he had asked me just actually it was just, hey, do you know what's going on here? And I said, I don't know, let me check into it. And so it wasn't exactly a tattling situation. It was more of a, hey, we're just wondering what's going on. And so through the process, we found out that they did not have permits.
And I thought you were a school principal. I didn't know you were an inmate.
So anyway, I just want to thank you and let you know that anytime that something like that comes along, please reach out and so we can get it addressed.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you.
Eric. Oh, now of course we're gonna get Josh.
Can I have one of those balls, please?
Yeah, here, actually, everybody load up.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Council for the record. Good morning, everyone. A few things I want to update the board on, future agenda items, things we're working on. First of all, Mr. Ryan and I attended a meeting with the AG's office and our attorney for the opioid settlement. And we believe the best solution that they're going to come back with is a revised agreement to us. It'll be coming to you. My understanding to change it so that they will pay the attorney's fees out at the state level before they distribute to the local governments. It just makes a lot of sense. We're doing a settlement over 18 years, and instead of all of the 17 counties or majority of them writing checks every year to the attorneys for their share of them, it comes out off the top. So that agreement should be coming to you sometime in the next couple of months. The first payment in the opioid settlement, we anticipate to show up in June. That particular settlement with an individual provider is going to generate approximately $400,000 for Lyon County. So I will be bringing back to the Board of County Commissioners a resolution to create an opioid fund so we can account for it separately. Because unlike some of the other monies we've been dealing with lately, these ones are subject to a court order and they have significant strings attached. So we can only use them to combat the opioid addiction. And it's not nearly as inclusive as combating COVID, which you can do all sorts of fun things with the money. So just so you know that that's coming down the pike. I did review the cemetery fees. I know it's been a project that has been on the table for a few months. I'll be coming back to the board, just looking at our hard costs, and not including any staff time at all. We're looking at almost tripling the fees. So outside of Smith Valley, our fees are $500 per lot. And it would be approximately $1,500 per lot. I was talking with Commissioner Hockaday, and he brought up that people are actually coming in from out of county to buy our lots because they are much less expensive than other areas. So that'll be coming back to the board, probably the first meeting in June. The project to bring county internet to Smith Valley, to the building where the advisory board meets, we've run into some challenges. You wouldn't think it in Nevada, but we have a tree problem, right? Everywhere we want to put the microwave dish, there's a tree between us and where we want to communicate to, and we don't want to.
Hey, that was a chainsaw.
We prefer not to encourage cutting down trees that are perfectly functional trees.
It's Nevada.
And so we are looking at some other options, public internet providers that have different locations that can reach that. So we've reached out, Hazy's working on that. I'll get back, but I may be coming back to the board with a different proposal than what the board originally directed, just because of the challenges. Still trying to get us the same end result, but maybe a different way of doing it.
Dave might need that.
Here, Dave, load up.
So the ink is now officially dry on the tentative budget, but just barely. And I'm going to be bringing back the final budget with some recommended changes to the board. One of those changes, we now have potentially a capital case, capital death penalty case for Mr. Driver up in Fernley. And we're anticipating the first year is probably going to be about $350,000 more than what we normally have in our public defender's budget. And that's just the public defender side. That doesn't include all of the expenses that the courts and the DAs go through for a case like this. So I'm going to bring that back and recommend that be added to the budget so we can actually prosecute this case like we have to do it legally. In addition to that, everyone has seen prices going up. Well, we're seeing that as well for our food services contract in the jail. They have a contract where every year they come back and say, hey, we have increases that we need to do. Well, this particular year, we're getting almost a 10% increase because of the cost of not only staffing, but just providing meals for that. So I haven't talked to the sheriff about that. I did talk to some of the people in his office. And so I'll be having those discussions and probably bring back that as an additional cost as well. First meeting in July or in June, I'll also be bringing back a fee resolution for the upcoming year. Not very many changes so far, just some minor things with notary fees and adding a fee for GIS, a $30 fee that we have increased capacity there where we've added layers and we can sell them. And then the contingency transfer should be coming back about the same time, first meeting in June. So I'll take all the actions the board has done up to this date and then analyze where we are over the next couple of weeks and say, well, you know what, we need to add some here or there to keep us in compliance.
Okay.
Right? That's all I
Whatever,
have. For
whatever happened to bread and water?
They do serve those, but the cost of both have increased significantly.
You know, I'm gonna keep, I won't say anything else. Yeah, and I hope nobody minds. I do, and I think we all do, like adding little bits of humor here and there, just to add a little bit of levity. I mean, there's some serious topics we deal with. It's not meant to offend anybody, but it is just kind of meant to decompress everybody. So with bread and water, I'm good with.
The ACLU isn't.
Feed them want food.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. And I know you said this is all preliminary, but what's your gut instinct on that opioid money? Are we going to be using some of that for juvenile probation kids that are locked up because of or struggling with opioid use? Can we pay increase in those at the jail? What's your gut instinct on how? I mean, do we have any wiggle room at all on how we use those funds, you think?
I read through one of the court opinions, which by the way is really enjoyable. If you want it, I'll send it.
That's why I was asking your opinion. I didn't read it.
I would say the majority of it is probably going to be designated for human services departments and have them go through it. But we will explore all the available options, and we're looking at regional ideas and things that we can do to properly spend the money, but get the most benefit for our citizens.
Right on. Thank you, sir.
My question is exactly along the same lines, and you nailed it on the head with human services. So the first one you said about 400,000. I mean, how long are these payments going to continue, and how much people ultimately wind up getting?
So they've settled with 2 of the parties so far, and there are a lot more parties than that. The one, and I think part of it has to do with tax purposes, but we received a significant settlement the very first year, which would be this June and the next year. And that settlement will be over with, and that's why we're getting $400,000. Majority of it up front on that. The rest of them will be over 18 years, and you're looking about, for Lyon County, I'm guessing around $20,000 a year. So big chunk up front. After that, very little. But we still have the other settlements to come in. I would anticipate they're going to be over the 18-year time period as well.
So, and this is just food for thought. I know you probably can't answer this now, but I'm a big proponent of using this money for what it's intended for. And I'm wondering if we can get a contract employee, a contract on another full-time government employee, but somebody, an alcohol, drug and alcohol, counselor, therapist that can be dedicated to our county and, hold appointments throughout the county, every week, and deal with these people and help get them the help they need. I mean, that's, in this county, we have no real help with that. We have no real help with mental health services unless you want to go to jail and get served there. But, I would love to see us start a program here with a contract employee and then figure out how to keep it going so people can get the help they need. Because this isn't going to get any better. I mean, this is just the beginning.
And this will be another one of these fun things that Jeff talked about earlier, where we get together and we're like, what can we do? How do we work together? And what solutions can we bring to the table?
Well, I'll volunteer to help write grants with Shayla to fund the rest, the outlying areas. I mean, any shortage, but it would be great if they could have a room in, say, the community centers and, meet with patients and, address this problem, because it's put them in jail doesn't work, put them in the hospital doesn't work. They need ongoing treatment. So thank you. Any other questions?
Just wonder, did Mr. Driver violate any federal laws? We can make this a federal case and let them pay for it.
I will leave that to the district attorney because they have a lot more experience than that.
Yeah, you were kind of following my thought. Can't we put some pressure on him to just plead out to a death penalty?
So just so the board is aware, depending on how much we end up with in costs, there is a provision under the Department of Defense Services, if approved, where we can get reimbursed many, if not all of those costs. We will be following those venues, but the very first thing I need to do is make sure we have budget in there so legally we can proceed forward, which we have to.
Got it.
I just had a comment on a different subject having to do with the entertainment contracts. I do appreciate all the math working out this year and the dates for rooms and stuff. I looked that over, and last time we had a little bit of trouble, but this time it looks like everything was very professionally done. Thank you very much.
And that's why we love Commissioner Hockaday. Anything else for sir?
That's all I have.
Love that tie. I'm going to steal it from you at the end of the day.
We'll swap ties.
There you go. All righty, moving on. Any more appointed officials reports? Amy Geddes. Thank you, ma'am.
Amy Geddes, Lyon County Libraries Director. I just wanted to let you know that we did recently within the last week, finished the paving project at the Silver Springs Library. I want to say that KNC Construction and Facilities were really excellent. We have been talking about this project since 2002, so we finally put it to bed after 20 years. We have new handicap parking. We have a patio on the front that we'll be able to use for programming, and we also have a little sidewalk that goes around to both of the entrances and exits. The next step is going to be getting gravel, and I've been assured that that's going to happen relatively soon. So big thank you to everyone that was involved in that, and it's a big boon to the community. Our customers are super happy that they're getting a little something something in Silver Springs, and they've been ecstatic about the project. So. And KNC Construction was incredibly good with the customers and patrons that came into the library, and very nice to staff. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geddes. And you fly under the radar a lot, but you do a whole lot for our libraries above and beyond your job. Thank you. Any other appointed officials? Nothing, Mr. Bruchetta? All righty, moving along to the
Consent agenda.
So that's a short break before we get into the rest of all of this.
all right, being asked for a short break, we'll go ahead and take one, and let's try and keep it to about 5 minutes.
These will go down. How do you do it? How do you push it? Oh, you just grab it in the center. Okay, I was grabbing it from the sides and it wasn't moving.
True.
But you're welcome to your cats.
I had to remind myself who I was.
Party over. Okay, at this point, I'm gonna jump around a little bit. So, and I'll be totally honest with you, in the interest of time, I want to pull one item off and then get to another, probably more contentious item. But I personally would really like to make it to the Peace Officers Memorial Day, where we're, where we are adding one of our own deputies' names to the wall. So I apologize if it seems like I'm going to rush through some of this stuff, but I am going to pull one item. I just want to see if my fellow commissioners have a problem with it. Item 16C, approve a resolution, Lyon County Board of Commissioners requesting the governor of the state of Nevada, Secretary of State, State of Nevada, and the Nevada Legislature collaborate and cooperate by amending certain election laws to enhance election integrity and voter confidence. I'd like to see if there's any problem with me continuing that until the next meeting. Anybody have any issues with that?
No.
Okay, Mr. Page, we're going to continue that to the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to pull that one off. And then where is our RFP or trash item?
18.
Okay, it's 15. Is it 15 or 18?
Sorry, wrong ones.
Oh, 18C, sorry.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to go ahead and go to item 18C. We've got a lot of folks in-house and would like to get them out of here if we can. So item 18C, if possible action, discussion and decision on the solid waste franchise following the conclusion of the protest hearing. Options include issuing a new request for proposal and rebidding the franchise, canceling the request for RFP for proposal process, or awarding the franchise to one of the remaining bidders. Mr. Page. Or Andrew Haskin, sorry.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. Yeah, so the agenda item covered kind of what we're going to discuss today. Essentially, there's three options. One is to award the bid to one of the remaining proposers. One is to cancel the RFP process altogether and stay with the current contract. Essentially, we do a contract extension. And the third option is to start over and issue a new RFP, and we would go through a whole new process. I know that each of the proposers is here today in the audience, so I think with your permission, we'll let them each kind of talk for a few minutes, and then we'll come back up and make our recommendation if that works for you.
That's fine.
All right. And I recommend that we go in alphabetical order because that's what we've done this entire time. So
sure.
CNS first.
CNS.
Damon Shea, CNS Waste Solutions. Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. Again, we just briefly feel that we could be a great asset to, working with Lyon County and subcontracting with DNS. But there's a lot of, I would say, benefits. I mean, there may be a little hiccups at first with the transition switching out for customers, but we've done it before and it's long forgotten once the new company takes over and starts providing service and having those customers. So it's new trucks, new transfer stations, and then carts. Everything's kind of would be a fresh start in a sense, and local office, local customer service, hiring the drivers that wanted to come over. I'm a little off the cuff on some of this stuff, but I just, we've been here, we've gone through the process. It's a great county, a lot of growth. I drove again on my way in, I saw the new ACE, and it's like, just a lot happening, and we just would love to be a part of it and feel that we can cover it. We have the ability, the resources, and that might be a good option, depending how this plays out. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Sezia.
My legal counsel can speak on this.
Okay. State your name for the record, and Mr. Sezia, if you can sign him in, that'd be great.
Thank you. Good morning, Lucas Valletta, with the Chronicle for Osage Waste Services. I just want to confirm you can hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, so we just briefly wanted to address the issue before you. You know, at the protest hearing, we took the position, which we're still taking, which is that as a consequence of granting the protest, the only thing that this board can do if it wants to enter into a contract for the franchise is to rebid it. And the reason for that is that this solicitation was noticed, bids were submitted, they were opened, the bid was awarded, the contract was awarded, and a protest was filed. The board obviously granted the protest. But the point is, the context that we're in now is that this is not a live solicitation in which the board has the option to award this contract. The solicitation has closed and has been awarded. The protest was granted. And so now the board has to make a decision about what to do with going forward. But because the protest was granted, it means that the board found a legal deficiency in its own decision to award the contract and how it awarded the contract, which means that there was a process flaw. The board, that flaw may have manifested itself in the way that the board treated Osage and the other bidders in the context of the solicitation, but it wasn't a finding that Osage was not a responsive bidder, because that finding had been made previously. It was an assessment of whether the board made its determination to award the contract legally. And having found that it didn't do that, that the award was not lawful, the process itself has to be restarted if you want to award the contract. The textual support for this position is in Chapter 332, which governed the award of the contract, or excuse me, the process of solicitation here, 332.065. which says that contracts with an estimated annual amount required to be more than $100,000 must be awarded pursuant to a competitive solicitation. If you were to award the contract today, you would not be awarding the contract pursuant to a competitive solicitation, because that solicitation took place in the past and was completed. You would essentially be awarding it pursuant to the protest, and this would be unlawful relief pursuant to the protest. I'd point out that this is the relief that Waste Management requested in relation to the protest was that it be awarded the contract. And it also specifically said that CNS wasn't eligible for the contract because they didn't press their rights in relationship to the protest. So at the time, Waste Management position was, we want this contract as a consequence of a successful protest. Now they've positioned themselves somewhat differently by arguing it's essentially that they should be awarded the contract as it relates to them or CNS. But the reality is this solicitation, as I said, is not still live. If you were to award the contract, just to make my point, it would result in a very odd situation where my client, as a person who submitted a response to the solicitation, could file a protest of your decision as to whom to award the contract today. It doesn't matter that you may construe your previous finding as a determination that they weren't responsive under 332.068. Any person who files a response to a solicitation has the right to protest. So again, if you were to award the contract, ironically, my client would have the ability to protest, which is a sort of a perverse scenario since the solicitation was protested originally by Waste Management. And I would submit that the public bidding laws are not meant to work this way, where protests are a process by which one bidder can eliminate another after the fact, particularly the winning bidder. The other support for this position is in the statute we cited previously, I know is in your packet, which is the state purchasing statute, but nonetheless is instructive, which it says very clearly the only option once a determination is made that a protest is successful is to cancel the contract award. I'd also note that I think that Waste Management has been somewhat misleading here. And if you read their packet that they've submitted today, for example, that's kind of apparent from its on its face. For example, they have a letter there from the Washoe County Assistant County Manager, which they say indicates support for selecting Waste Management. Well, the letter doesn't say anything of the type. It's written to whom it may concern. It's not even written to this board. And it's an endorsement. It's essentially a letter of recommendation for an individual who works for Waste Management. I only raise that because it's indicative of, I think, the strategy here, which is to sort of hide the ball a bit and be misleading in terms of what the board's options are and what it should do and how it can do it. So for all these reasons, it's our position that this contract must be rebid if you want to award it. And with that, I'm happy to answer your questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coletta. Any questions for Mr. Coletta? Okay, representative from Waste Management, come on up.
Good morning. Thank you, Mark Simons. We spoke a lot last time on the protest. I'm just going to try to keep my comments to a minimum and going to be a refreshment of what we talked about in the last protest hearing. First off, I'm going to respond to Osesi's comments. Didn't say one thing about why Osesi should be chosen or about the deficiencies that we went over, the magnitude and extent of deficiencies that they could not perform, and they were the highest bid price. Instead, they said, we want you to redo it again so we can have another bite at the apple. Last time we talked and I said, I'm going to oppose that because I don't think you're entitled to do another bite at the apple. Policy 2-7 says it's enacted under NRS 332. 332.045.2 says, 043.2, that your RFP has to define the method by which the RFP will award it. It will be awarded. And it says it will be awarded. There will be an award to the most responsive and responsible bidder, which results in the optimum economic benefit. That's what I told you last time, that I would oppose a rebid because you did not reserve that right. You could have done it if you would have rejected all. I don't think that option is open as desperately as Osesi would like it, so they get another bite at the apple. Moving on. Where I'm going to focus on the competitiveness of the bids. Waste Management's pricing was the most competitive. I used the word cheapest before, but it's the most competitive, most economical for the ratepayers in the community. By far. CNS comes in and says, we want to give you a fresh start. But they don't tell you it's going to be a $6.5 million charge to the ratepayers to enact that fresh start. CNS testified the last time this came up before you that they have no equipment, no trucks, no buildings, no employees, nothing. They need $6.5 million to get this operation off the ground. Who pays for that? The ratepayers. Waste Management, on the other hand, has substantially reduced rates because we don't have that $6.5 million capital improvement. It's been because it's been an existing franchise. Rates been addressed. Again, I say the number one thing, and the board mentioned it the last time, the rates are the number one thing to look at. The competitiveness of pricing, that we do not include the 6.5 million. Now, let me get to the next. This is interesting because CNS's proposal said they'll start in December of 2022. That wasn't brought up the last time because it wasn't relevant. 2022 December, so that's the end of this year. After they start getting somehow going out and buying all this equipment, Waste Management is on the ground running. The RFP gets granted to them, the rates change. It's a seamless transition. You have everything there. The committee, as part of the original RFP process, evaluated all these factors, and we discussed this last time. There was a weighting factor, and I guess that was apparently approved as part of the RFP process, the weighting process. So Waste Management came out at the time. The board, the committee recommended and staff recommended to go forward with Waste Management. Lastly, well, two components of this is DNS has service, which would be the subcontractor. DNS has is referred to as a grandfathered-in contract, which means DNS gets to retain its old rates at the landfill with Waste Management. If another service provider is selected, that contract, that grandfathered in least expensive rate goes away. So you'll have rate increases for anybody else. That hadn't been brought up at the last time. We've included that in your packet. The individuals here that runs DNS, right there, he can comment to bring that to your attention. And again, that's another cost savings factor you should consider in your analysis of awarding it to waste management. Lastly, we identified and you heard a comment reference to Washoe County assistant manager, as well as Carson City Public Works individual, their relationships with waste management, and that they're capable of performing this and continuing to perform this. Yes, there's been some bugs and hiccups in the past. We believe the contract has been crafted, or at least the RFP was crafted in a way to address that. Waste management gave you the $1 million bond, which nobody else has put on there on the transfer station. Any other questions for me? I don't want to rehash everything we talked about before. I think this is the best and most complete, comprehensive submittal that achieves the highest and most economical benefit for the ratepayers in Lyon County.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Haskins, as you make your up, I'd like to also have Mr. Wright come up. I just want to clarify something since there's been some discussion about it and two different views. Yeah. I'm gonna ask you a question real quick. Mr. Wright, just a quick question for you. So our options on this include issuing a new request for proposal and rebidding the franchise, canceling the request for proposal process, or awarding the franchise to one remaining bidder. You still, I mean, I obviously those options were reviewed by you, and those we stand with those options the board can take.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Haskins.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director again. So our recommendation would be to start over and reissue a new RFP. We think that that's probably a cleaner process given the issues that happened with the awarding of the last RFP. If the board chooses to award the RFP today to one of the other two proposers, our recommendation would be to stick with our original recommendation and go with waste management. So, but just to be clear, our recommendation is to start over and go with a completely new RFP process. If we were to do that, I would come back before the board, likely at the next meeting, with a couple of agenda items. One, to discuss what we would want in the RFP. I know there would likely be some adjustments to that. And two, an agenda item to direct staff to work with the current provider to come up with some kind of temporary contract through the end of the transition period that would be in the RFP. We learned a few lessons in the last one, so that would be what we would.
Speaking of lessons learned, if we do go with that process, I've got a couple things, and maybe you and Steve could answer this. I would like to have a workshop with staff where we go through the RFP. I mean, even maybe, and I hate doing it, but line by line, there were some glaring errors and things that we missed and things that should have been put in there, as well as a discussion of when you guys are scoring them, you know, what the weighted areas are, how they're weighted, what the weight is, because I think some of us were caught off guard by the weights, and also who should sit on that evaluation board. So any of those untenable, Mr. Ray?
Steve Wright, District Attorney. No, those would be all part of that process if the board decided to go with a new RFP. I just want to speak on that just a little bit. As you know, from the protest hearing, there were some issues identified during that hearing, and the board decided to grant the protest. So that does indicate some issues with the process. So that's why at this point we think it's cleaner to do the new RFP. We do believe there's still these other options. However, based on the totality of the record at this point, that seems like a cleaner process. As Mr. Folletta pointed out, there's and Mr. Simons, there could have been more specific information in the proposal to address this issue before the board. And that's why you're placed in a little bit of a difficult situation today with several options.
Thank you, sir.
Steve,
We're gonna open up for questions.
you run away so quickly. I'm gonna get me a hook. So if a motion was to be made here today to do a new one, does that motion need to include the canceling of the current RFP and then the process to start a new one?
No, I think by granting the protest, that's already happened.
Okay, so if we go that direction, we'd just be requesting for a new one, for a new RFP. Sorry, I lost my words there. Okay.
Any further questions from the board for Mr. Haskins or? Alrighty.
I just have a comment, if I may. I was trying not to, but can't
I
help
know it's
myself.
hard.
It is. Yeah,
Struggle's real.
I think that we were within our right to award the contract as we were. I think we did it in a clunky fashion. And part of that is because of the RFP process itself. And I think we can do it much better if we do that. So I think that I agree with staff's recommendation, and I'm just gonna leave it there.
Nope, I'm not going to disagree with you. And it was, yeah, where Mr. Jacobson.
Well, I think there's a guy with two thumbs that screwed up on this, and he looks a lot like me. I think the staff did a great job of providing us enough information. I think the RFP was complete enough. I thought I did my homework, and I just, for the first time on any decision, I've actually lost sleep on this. I think that I did my homework and I didn't stick to my guns, and so I am in favor of redoing the process and getting it right. I will get it right. So I can't speak for anyone else, but
Oh, no, you.
Thank you.
This was a board decision and we all thought we'd done it right. It was clunky and I made some errors and it has been a very, very valuable lesson learned, I think, for all of us. I mean, it's the first time I think we've all gone through this in this fashion. So thank you. That being said, anybody want to make a motion?
Well, I just want to make a quick comment first. The first one, guys, that was RFP and training. So my motion, Steve, tell me if I get the wording wrong. I'm just looking at what you had in what we have in the agenda. So basically I'd be making a motion requesting a new proposal and rebidding for the franchise, correct? Or is there other language that you wanted us to go with? I just want to make sure.
Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, well, because we have it in the agenda item with all the options together. So my motion would be to propose a new RFP.
That satisfies one of the options, I believe.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't specific wording that needed to be in that motion to satisfy legally.
Before I second that, I would like to add, if you'd be amenable, to include a workshop with staff and the board to work on that RFP and the scoring process. I'd like to all be upfront going forward.
If you're good with that, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure we're going to go through with the new process.
So I'll second it. Okay, do we have any discussion from the board? Okay, do we have any public comment on this, either online or in chambers? Okay, we've got Mandy Bernan with her hand up. I think that's a new hand, isn't it, Mandy?
Yes, it is. I just have a couple questions, I guess. First is, when does the current contract expire? I'm not, it expires in the interim between now and when this would be awarded. And if it does expire prior to this being awarded, what does that mean for garbage service for the residents? And then I guess I just wanted to add that I have been happy with Waste Management Services. We do have an issue with our garbage trucks speeding on our dirt road, but other than that, I haven't had a problem with them. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if it's Brad Sia or Brad C, but Brad, as soon as we unmute you, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair and distinguished councilor commissioners. I just appreciate the opportunity to address you this morning. You know, we understand the gravity of the decision and the implications before you. I think the positive that you can take away from this, though, is the comments and feedback you've received from your community and that you achieved what you set out to do, which was to have a competitive process. By having a competitive process, you've seen alternate solutions and given the grading and recommendation information from not just the RFP process, but from the protest. We still believe that WM is still the best choice for the community. We stand behind our proposal. There will be no disruption to service, but you know, we also want to add that at any point, there would be no delay in our proposal in terms of service provided. I think lastly, what you've seen in this process, and I think is very important to note, is the overwhelming support from your community for WM to remain the hauler of choice in your county. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Red. Mr. Stevenson, you are up.
Thank you, Chair. Great. First, it's great that you all admit the mistakes in the process. That's certainly reassuring. But I do have a question that I'm sure residents, I live in Dayton, and this has been a hot topic on social media. What happens if Waste Management does not get the award? We're in May now, and we're talking about, you know, the summer months of the transition to a new company. And if there is an interruption in trash service, it's going to be kind of messy and smelly. Do we have guarantees that if Waste Management is not awarded the contract and it goes to a competitor, that they're willing to sign an extension, that they're willing to continue the process? And I bring this up simply because we're getting kind of time critical here in terms of when the contract expires and how all this stuff is supposed to play out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. I will say we're not actually getting time critical at this point. That contract, correct me if I'm wrong, the original contract expired some time ago. We've been operating on extensions. So no need to worry, your trash will get picked up. But right now there is no immediate threat to anything on any timeline. That's why we're restarting the process. Okay, anybody else online or in-house? In the chambers. All right, seeing none, we're gonna give comments. You guys already did, we were on public comment.
I just do have some comments. I don't know if you wanted a public comment.
Well, you guys had your time. Let me, Steve, Mr. Ryan, the rep for the
any of the proposers.
Okay, yeah, please then, sir.
Okay, what I'm going to need this board to do is explain why it's not following this RFP, which says it shall award the contract to the most responsive bidder. That is the determination that you have to make. You don't get a redo. You don't get an RFP and training. NRS 332 does not provide that. It says you will establish the method by which it is awarded. You have to determine why Waste Management's submittal, which is in compliance with the RFP, will not be accepted and approved by you today. You have to make that determination. If you don't, you're not following the terms of your RFP, you're not following terms of Lyon County Policy 2-7, and you're not following terms of NRS 332.043. And I've had discussion with the council. This is a legal issue where you have to make a ruling or a determination of finding why you won't comply with your own RFP that you sent out. So I request that that be put on the record because there may be a necessity to review what this board decides.
Could I weigh in on that on behalf of Olsese?
Yeah, no, Mr. Folletta, can you hold on just 1 second, please? I'll get
Yes.
right back to you. Mr. Wright, would you like to respond to that anyway? I'm gonna defer to council on that one.
Steve Wright, District Attorney. As I mentioned earlier, we don't believe it's clear in the RFP what the process is if the protest is granted. We do, based on the board's decision, believe that there were some errors in that process. And based upon that, we think one of the options is, one of the three that we've given you today is to do a rebid.
Thank you,
I
sir.
understand Mr. Simon's arguments, and he points to the statutes and other things. You've also heard arguments from the other side on that issue.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fletta?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, the other thing I would just say in response to Mr. Simons is, again, he's acting like the solicitation is still live, and it's not. The board already made a determination as to whom it felt was the lowest responsible bidder. And you made a determination that process was flawed, which we respect, but there's nothing incumbent upon you to, quote unquote, follow the RFP, because the RFP is done. It's complete. We're past that. We're at a due phase now. So I think it's incumbent upon you to simply make the decision you need to make now and move forward. And there's no explanation necessary as it relates to what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kelly?
Mr. Haskin, can you indulge me for a second? So the current extension that we are on, when does that end?
Jeff Page, County Manager for record. Who knows? So the challenge has been is that Waste Management has contended in the past that they notified us that they wanted to continue the franchise. Lyon County has contended that we never received that letter. So technically speaking, the franchise has not been in existence, and there's no formal agreement between Lyon County and Waste Management or any other provider to provide those services at this point in time. We as staff will be bringing back to the board at the next board meeting a request that you provide staff direction to negotiate an interim agreement with Waste Management to continue providing services until we get the RFP back out for those kinds of issues. But technically speaking, there is no agreement at this time.
Okay. Yeah, no offense to
From our
Commissioner
concern,
Gray, but I felt the answer to Mr. Stevenson wasn't really a guarantee, because I didn't believe we had a contract moving forward. And with the, the air of threat that we've received here today and in the last meeting, I just wanted to verify that. So, hey, everybody, put your garbage out. We'll see what happens. But I am not going to succumb to threats. So my motion stands.
My second still stands, and I concur with you. I just was operating under the premise that we are on an extension, but again, we don't really know when that extension ends. So that's been a problem with this all along. So any other comments before we take the vote, guys and gals? Okay, all in favor of the motion as it stands, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, signify by saying nay. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, guys. You guys have your direction. Thank all you guys for being patient today, for waiting through this to get to this. Okay, we are moving back to item 10, advisory board reports. Do we have anybody in-house provide an advisory board report? Ms. Cash, you're making way up for an advisory board report? Thank you. I just didn't know if you were leaving or if you were gonna make it. Nice.
Uh-oh, break time.
Negative, Ghost Rider, pattern's full.
For the record, Melinda Cash, Chairman, Mountain House Advisory Board. First of all, thank you for everything you do. I don't think you hear that enough from the public, and I think you need to hear that. All of you up there, staff, Aaron in her training to us, everybody. We really appreciate it. We had a very good meeting this last Tuesday in our kitchen/closet. We were almost at capacity with 11 people. For us, that's a big meeting, so we were really thrilled about that. I especially want to go out of my way to thank Commissioner King Gray for all the times you have attended our meetings, kept us updated. We may be small, but we really appreciate getting all the updates. And Commissioner Henderson for all your visits to us. Again, can't say thank you enough. And our huge delight to have a commissioner all the way from Mason Valley Commissioner Hockaday come to our meeting last Tuesday. It was thrilling, to say the least, to have 2 commissioners at our tiny little meeting. I mean, issues that concern our community are getting the attention they deserve, and we can't thank you enough for that. Finally, maybe I'll step back as a citizen. I am sick and tired of hearing you, this board, this county, constantly getting threats of getting sued. This has been going on for years and years and years. And I hate that you are being put in a position that your decisions you have to be so careful of because of the resulting lawsuits. I think you're in a difficult position. You have to make difficult decisions every single day. Thank you for making those difficult decisions. And thank you for moving forward, on everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other advisory reports in chambers or online? Okay. So
I
we're
did, I know. Where did I do it?
going to go to item number 10 now, the consent agenda.
Chairman Gray, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion?
For the record, that's items 11A through 14E.
Everything on the consent agenda.
There we go. Okay, any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll take the vote. All in favor of passing the consent agenda items 11A through 14E as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Consent agenda item passes. Silver Springs GID. Okay. And I've done it again. I've lost myself. 14E, 15, planning. Okay, we are going to item 15, planning. Item 15A for possible action. Ronald Wright Trust amendment of a condition of approval. A request to amend conditions of approval number 22 and 23 of Dayton Valley Hangar tentative industrial subdivision map approved on 4 March 2021 that allowed for 14 individual airspace units within a hangar building on approximately 2.5 acre parcel in the ME zoning district located at 126 Lakes Boulevard, Dayton, Nevada, APN 016-363-07 PLZ-2020-0013. Assuming Rob Pizell is going to do this one.
Yes, for the record, this is Rob Pizell, Senior Planner, Lyon County Community Development Department. Believe you should be able to see the PowerPoint presentation. If not, Josh, let me know and I can run it from here.
It's up.
Thank you. As you know, as you may remember, back in 2020, the Board of County Commissioners approved a tentative industrial subdivision map for Dayton Valley Hangar. The applicant was Ron Wright. The parcel is located on the north side of Lakes Boulevard in Dayton, between Lakes Boulevard and the Air Park Estates landing strip. The subject site is approximately 2.5 acres in total size, currently undeveloped and vacant, and has direct access onto Lakes Boulevard. In essence, what you were reviewing and approved at that point in time was an industrial subdivision wherein the applicant proposed to install infrastructure, construct a building, and then come back in for a final subdivision map to create an industrial condominium. The homeowners association, the property owners association would maintain the exterior and building improvements. And then the individual property owners would merely own the airspace within the hangar building itself. As you may remember, there was a lot of discussion about this application. It got continued once. The property has an agreement with the homeowners association that was signed by a previous property owner, basically that allowed the homeowners association to approve both on-site and off-site improvements. This was done in order to allow the allow the industrial buildings to have a connection and be able to utilize the airstrip itself. As a result, there includes two conditions, condition number 22 and condition number 23. Condition number 22, as you can see, basically required that prior to issuance of a building permit, the applicant was needed to provide the department documentation of compliance of the applicable FAA design standards from the office that oversees this part of Nevada. And condition 23, I apologize, that's mismarked in the slide. It's also that prior to approval of a record of survey or final industrial map, they provide documentation of the satisfaction of sections 1.6 and 3.2 of the assignment, acceptance of assignment, consent to assignment, and a attornment agreement for the airport facility use agreement. And that's document number 501-750. They provide documentation of that to the Community Development Department. And both of those conditions were recommended by staff after input from the Air Park Estates Homeowners Association president and manager. Next slide, please. So condition number 22. Basically, the applicant correctly points out that the FAA does not have design standards per se for private use airstrips, such as the Air Park Estates airstrip. And after a review of the issues with the county's consulting firm, Anderson Consulting, regarding airport matters, the representative indicated most likely that the applicant would be required to submit a FAA Form 7460-1 to the FAA District Office. And for that reason, after reviewing the application and the consultation, we are recommending that condition number 22 be revised. As you can see, basically the condition would read: prior to issuance of a building permit for the proposed hangar building, the applicant would provide to Lyon County Community Development Department documentation of the submittal of an FAA completed Form 7460-1 to the regional office. With regard to condition number 23, next slide, please. I apologize. This slide basically lists what the why a Form 7461 would be what required. Basically, if alteration or new construction meets any of those criteria. And this criteria was pulled directly from the FAA webpage for the notice criteria tool. So condition number 23, as you can see on the left, again, documentations of 1.6 and 3.2 of the agreement between the two properties. And you can see the language for both of those sections on the right-hand side. So it's our understanding, and it's been documented, that the developer has made attempts to consult with the Air Park Estates Homeowners Association with regard to condition 23, but has yet to receive approval from the Homeowners Association. We understand that the conflict is that they believe the project should meet the more restrictive design requirements of the B2 standards versus the B1 standards. However, what we've seen is a recent document, the NDOT review of the airstrip itself by the NDOT State Aviation Manager. It notes that while the current runway length meets the B2 standards, there are several physical improvements, both on-site and off-site, that would require modification prior to the airstrip meeting all of the B2 design standards. And we've included a copy of the NDOT Aviation Manager's letter in the staff report as backup material. So the developer has sought and received legal advice from an attorney with experience in training in aviation law and aviation in general. A copy of that has been included in the staff report as backup material as well. In the 2020 NDOT review, again, the manager recorded the current conditions and status of the airstrip. Again, and you can see in the slide itself, these are some of the improvements that would need to take place in order for the airstrip itself to be able to comply with the B2 standards. You'll note at the bottom bullet, the letter did point out that while the B2 standards status is a worthy target to aim for, it currently doesn't comply with the B2 design standards. So basically, this slide just points out some of the concerns we have with the current condition of approval number 23. Per the NDOT Aviation Manager's review, the current status of the airstrip does not comply with the B2 standards. The Homeowners Association airstrip would require several changes to existing landscapes, some on and off site, before it could contain or meet the B2 standards. The applicant or the HOA is requiring it, the developer to design and build to the B2 standards. The developer has submitted a legal analysis from a qualified attorney indicating the Homeowners Association position is not consistent with the FAA's design standard requirements. And similar to other private agreements between developers and property owners, Lyon County is not a party to the agreement in this case either. Excuse me. The concern that we have is any potential legal action between the applicant, the AEHOA, to remedy the current standoff would most likely drag the county into the fray without having legal solid standing to act as an enforcement mechanism for the agreement. And as condition 23 is currently worded, it does in fact give design review authority tied to the county's land use and development standards over to the AEHOA. So for that reason, and the bullets you see here, the staff is in support of the applicant's request to amend condition number 22 and remove the current condition number 23. Based on the information provided by the county's airport consultant, Armstrong, information provided by the applicant's consulting attorney, Bartlett, information provided from the NDOT Aviation Manager's January 2021 letter, lack of progress in discussions between the two parties, pardon me, and finally, the fact that Lyon County was and is not a party to the agreement between the two property owners, and as such, should not try to enforce the agreement's terms. With that, I'll try to answer any questions. I believe that Mr. Thorngren, the developer's representative, is online, as well as the project's engineer. And with that, I'll try to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you. Mr. Faisal, I want to go to provision 22 and your proposed revision. Condition 22, I guess it would be. So the way I read this, if this were to approve it and we approve this change to the condition, then just the mere submittal of a form 7460 would be sufficient to allow you to issue a building permit with no guarantee that the FAA would sign off on the form. Is that correct?
Let me clarify that. The revision would be that the prior to issuance of a building permit for the proposed hangar building, the applicant would be, or the developer would provide to the Lyon County Community Development Department documentation of submittal of a completed form 7460-1 to the FAA.
Okay, so but that's just a submittal of the form. That has nothing to do with FAA signing off on the form saying, yeah, it's okay.
The way the revision is worded right now, that they would need to provide documentation that they've submitted that. The FAA then would respond back with any requirements with regards to lighting, painting the building, et cetera.
Yeah, to me, that's kind of like, and I by no means mean to disparage car dealers, but to me, that's kind of like a used car dealer saying all credit applications accepted. Well, yeah, they might be accepted, but they're not approved. So I still have an issue with this. And then item 23, taking that out, that does not do away with any of the requirements for the proponent to comply with that section of the assignment acceptance, all that, the document that the airport has. Right, that would not eliminate the proponent's requirement to abide by that. Is that correct?
Again, for the record, Rob Bizel, Senior Planner, that's correct. What it would do is it would remove the county from enforcing that mechanism and would remove us being in the position of having to arbitrate the discussion between the two parties when the agreement itself does not include the county as an enforcement mechanism for that agreement. In other words, this is a private contract between the property owner and the homeowners association. And the county should not be the enforcement mechanism for that agreement. That should be between the two parties. Because what you're seeing is you have one party, well, you see both parties being intransigent at this point in time. The airport is saying they need to design to the B2 standards. The developer is saying this airstrip is not a B2 standard airport. Why are we being required to develop above and beyond what the current status of the airport is? What we're seeking to do is remove the county from being the arbitrator and the enforcer between two parties who currently can't agree.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm going back in my mind to the last meeting when this tentative map was approved. And this piece was discussed, and I believe the proponents agreed that acknowledged that this requirement was there and that they would have to comply with it. And I just don't understand why they want to take it out unless it's, I don't know, I'm not going to speculate. Thank you, Mr. Pizzo.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Sure.
So I liken this to situations we have throughout the county from time to time in dealing with homeowners associations and the enforcement of CC&Rs. The county has taken a stance for at least the 35, 36 years I've been here that we do not get involved with. Once those rules are created and put in place, we are not the arbitrator of those rules, and we will not find in the past any applications for tentative map, final map, conditional use permit, where the county steps in and arbitrates those requirements. So that's why staff is making the recommendation they're making, is that we should not be the arbitrator of a dispute between two private properties. If that's the case, if there are disputes, there are legal remedies through the court system for them to address that, and the county should not be involved in that process.
Just a comment on that, and I certainly understand that, Mr. Page, and normal homeowners association, normal CCRs, I agree that we shouldn't be involved in. However, this is an airport. Airports are important. This airport is used for public safety. And my concern is that we don't take any action that would limit the ability of that airstrip to be used because of encroachments by development that we allowed.
I can say that about every subdivision, every business that comes into the county that take that approach. I'm not trying to be argumentative. We need to be careful where we set the line. If we're going to be that restrictive with the airport, then we need to understand that we will be that restrictive with every other application that comes before us. If that's the path the board wants to take, then please give me about 9 more code enforcement officers to address homeowners associations and CC&Rs.
And I was just saying, an airstrip is a little different than just a normal homeowners association.
So let's take the concept of an airport out of it. This is a private property issue. NRS 278, since the creation of NRS 278, has taken a very libertarian view on property rights. That is that we can only regulate what is common decency, public safety, public health. For example, there's nowhere in Nevada that has a view shed ordinance. This board and boards prior has taken a very libertarian approach to letting private property do what private property wants to do within certain regulations. We don't let methyl ethyl death factories, churches and brothels coexist in the same neighborhood, right? So we have some authority under the police powers of the Constitution to do some of these things. The challenge I see with what's currently being addressed right now is we are asking staff to now arbitrate for either the airport folks or the development folks on making a decision in which we have no right. And if we make the wrong decision, we are now putting the county in a position where we are taking somebody's property rights away without due process. And that is my concern. I understand that, yes, I think the Dayton Airport is a very important piece of Lyon County, specifically deal with Dayton. I think it's very important to public safety, and he has opportunity to provide some economic development opportunities. What the airport wants to do with their airport and building it out, making it bigger, better, and greater, that's entirely up to them, as long as they're in compliance with applicable federal, state, and local regulations. And if somebody else wants to build on that property, adjacent to that property, they have those rights too. It should not be the county's decision to arbitrate that. That is why we pay a lot of money to Schlegelmos and Abbotsbury to do their job. And that's why we have that process. The county should not be in that process as the arbiter in this particular case, or any case dealing with HOAs, CCNRs, airport regulations. The only time we're going to be involved, we should only be involved with airport issues, is the airport that we own. And even then, we need to be very careful about what we do. And we have a large number of case histories of dealing with navigation easements, those kinds of things that have been slapped in our face more than once. Left.
Yeah, he's not behind.
And so I'm very, very aware of the importance of the airport, but I also want to make sure that what we're doing for the county is in the best interest of the county in the long run, and not necessarily getting into neighborhood disputes, for lack of a better term.
Any further discussion?
I just, when Commissioner Henderson brought up the 7460-1, I can add the same question as to submission or submission in response from the FAA. And I kind of agree with him that we should probably have that modification, that we would get a response back from the FAA before making a decision on the acceptance of the 7460. Making any sense on that to you?
Makes sense to me. I'm wondering, just thinking about the FAA and having dealt with them in the past on this board, a lot of times they'll respond back, but they don't give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. They will just comment. And am I wrong on that, Jeff? Isn't that what we've seen?
I will use our current airport, that one that we own, as an example. The FAA has yet to provide me an opinion as to whether our lease with the current vendor actually meets our requirements.
Yeah. And the office we deal with isn't back east either. It's just down in Phoenix, and we have a very hard time of getting anything responsive out of them. And it doesn't matter who the administration is; they just don't answer.
Oh, that's if I may.
Well,
Mr.
and
Chair.
in all fairness to the FAA, they are not going to provide a recommendation on anything until there's been an application made by some party to do something, right? So as an example of our lease, there is no process under FAA's regulations to address that, other than making sure that we are meeting certain requirements that address that the funding generated by that airport wasn't being utilized to go in the pockets of the vendor. We took care of those issues. In this particular case, we have conditions in the CU or the application that requires that they meet state, local, and federal regulations. If the FAA believes there's a problem with what Dayton Airpark is doing or the applicant is doing on the construction side, then the FAA or the state is going to advise us, hey, you got some significant challenges here. Here's what our recommendations are. So we've covered from a legal perspective, we've covered our backside. It may not give you the answers you want, Commissioner Hawk, today, but we've met the legal requirements that the county has to have in place to address those issues.
Yeah, and just to add on that a little bit, I mean, we've done our due diligence telling them they have to fill this form out and submit it. And then they are doing their due diligence in doing that. And that does not guarantee a response from the FAA. So I think conditioning it that they have a good response is a bridge too far based on the FAA's role in these things.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, given that, and I guess I thought one of the slides that Mr. Pizell had said that the requirement was they have to submit the form in 45 days prior to starting construction. That may be something we consider as the proof of letter was submitted, 45 days before the issuance of a building permit to give the FAA time to respond. I would actually like to hear from somebody from the FAA that has knowledge about this on the process, but that may have to come at a later date.
Submit a form and ask them. No, I'm sorry. I've called down to the Phoenix office and tried to get questions answered, and they, right, wrong, or indifferent, that you can't always get an answer on the question you're asking. So,
and even in that's aviation department, they represent the FAA here. So,
Mr. Chair, I don't want to put Kurt on the spot, but there is a representative from the Nevada Department of Transportation, their airport folk. Kurt, do you have any comment or can you provide us any clarification?
He just disconnected.
Sure. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Kurt Huckle, State Aviation Manager, and work employee for NDOT. However, I work as a contractor for the FAA. Couple of things to consider that I would probably want to point out to the county first is that you've signed grant assurances, more than 30 of them that deal with the Lyon County's airport. And those assurances require you to protect what's called FAR 77 airspace around your county and any facilities that you have control over. So you may be in violation of FAR 77 and grant assurances that you've regularly signed with the for the Lyon County Airport with respect to any facility in the county. So it's just something to look at and something to confirm with legal counsel. But that would put you into non-compliance and potentially not eligible for future grants from the FAA. A second thing is really, this is for me, this is more of a homeowners association. I agree completely with Jeff Page. The homeowners association's authority to approve or deny is protected by you, not really arbitrated by you. But a simple example would be painting my house pink on the golf course. I think I don't believe the commission or the county has authority over that approval. I think the HOA needs to handle that on their own with their own legal advantage of having an HOA formed in the first place. And under those laws of the NRS. But the just a final thought is there was kind of a general oversimplification. This is a very complex issue actually, and the issue is all about airspace, which is not federally in control of the county is not in control of the federal airspace. And the long-term goal of the airport is to get improvements, airport instrument approaches, things like that, that all require airspace approvals. The applicant too has never in 2 years that I've been around this, has not bothered to fill out a 7460 and even inquire or submit plans to us, the airport, or the FAA on what it is they propose. So someone here has to enforce some kind of limitations on what they're proposing. So in the absence of that, I think the standard FAA advisory circular limitations are a good policy to follow, particularly considering the county is responsible for that. I rest.
Thank you, Kurt. That answer your questions, Mr. Henderson?
Need more to think about.
Well, there you go. All right, anybody else, any discussion up here? Okay, let's go to a public comment here real quick. Come on up. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record and sign in.
Good morning, Chair, distinguished board. It's a privilege to be here. I just want to take a moment to thank you for even considering our concerns and issues as homeowners and pilots at the Dayton Valley Airport. Also, thank you to Jeff, Kurt for making some really good clarification, Andrew for all he's done, and for Rob Heisel, who's been a tremendous asset. Some things I'm working on. So that being said, I also want to thank Ron Wright and his team because they're bringing development to our airport. That's our common goal, is to further develop the airport, but we have to have it within a standard of something. And as a homeowner, a pilot, and a former HOA board president, I'm required to follow the rules. I'm required to follow the CCNAs or CCNRs, pay my fees. And I think it's incumbent on anyone that wants to develop at our airport that they follow the same standards. I am very fortunate to be on the board for the Legacy Airbase project, and I'm sure some of you have heard about that. And I can just assure you right off the bat, our intent is to develop at the best standard, the highest standard, not the lowest standard. And we're not asking this board to arbitrate for us. I think Kurt really stated it well when he said, we're just asking to keep our protection. And I think that option 23 maintains our protection as homeowners, people who live at the airport and love what we're able to do. And I believe we provide a very, very valuable resource to this community. And we want to improve upon that. We want to be able to develop it. And if our hands are tied to a point we can't develop to the highest standards, well, then everybody's going to lose. The homeowner's going to lose out on a valuable investment. The county will lose out on a very valuable resource. So I am just urging this board to please consider keeping item condition 23 in the contract.
Thank you
for your time.
Anybody else in-house or online?
I've got some excerpts here, and there are some on the table. I discussed this with Karen about the proper procedure to that paperwork, you guys.
Did she get a copy as well?
She had a copy, It's also electronically because this is nothing but the staff report that was sent to us. And I also have the current airport layout diagram.
Sir, for the record,
Okay,
please.
Mike
please state your name.
Starkey, and I'm a former HOA president also. And because I'm on abbreviated time with only 3 minutes, I'm going to be as quick as I can.
Please state your name. for the
Mike
record.
Starkey, I did that.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay, well, I needs to turn that on. So staff report that we received, page 42 of that whole package in paragraph 2. This is from the attorney that Mr. Wright has hired at Barrett Law offices. Generally, the FAA does not actively regulate airports. Correct, and we agree. Airports are regulated by a patchwork of state, county, and local regulations, as well as private contracts such as homeowners or condominium type instruments. We agree, the homeowners association. Same letter, same attorney who was hired by Mr. Wright. In conclusion, it appears to me any development of the Dayton Valley Airport should be conducted in accordance with existing state and local regulations of the land, as well as in accordance with the homeowners association rules. That's Wright's attorney specifically stating development should be
in accordance with our laws. Mr. Wright himself, the project was presented to and approved by the Board of Commissioners many months ago, made subject to provisions requiring approval by the HOA. Furthermore, Mr. Wright's own words, Dayton Valley Airport is not governed by the FAA and is in fact governed by Nevada Department of Transportation. We agree, he is correct. FAA at this time does not govern that airport. From Mr. Hall up there on the screen, the airport sponsor in this case, Airport Estates Homeowners Association, may establish their own operating rules and regulations. Okay, Mr. Wright himself, his own attorney, the state DOT aviation manager have all stated right here, you've got it. Aaron can actually put up the full thing if you don't want to abbreviate coffee. The Airport Association for Dayton Valley Airport, I'm sorry, Homeowners Association is the authority, not the FAA at this time, not the FAA. Okay. The last 2 pages of that document I gave you are from the district attorneys of Lyon County. And it says, regarding, this is to Gunderson Law, sir, you incorrectly stated the Ronald Wright Trust has satisfied all of the approved tentative maps. He is correct. They were not satisfied. Going down to 1, 2, 3, 4, paragraph 4. However, before Lyon County can approve the final map, the Ronald Wright must satisfy all conditions. He hasn't done it. I'm on my last page. Section 1.6 of the agreement provides the association has rights to approve on and off sites. This is the attorney for the county.
Your time is up.
Finally, the county.
Sir, your time is up.
I have one quick one, if I may.
Gotta hold you to 3 minutes. I apologize.
Sorry, me too, because it was very important.
Okay, do we have anybody else in chambers or online? Rob, did you have something you wanted to say, sir? Got a staff comment?
Yeah, again, for the record, Rob Pizell, Senior Planner. Staff, nowhere in the staff report are we saying that the applicant should not get the approval of the homeowners association. The staff report, in essence, what we are trying to do is remove the county from being the enforcement mechanism. These 2 parties can go work out their differences, but the county does not become the enforcement mechanism and is required to make a determination as to whether or not the 2 parties are in agreement. We want to pull the county out of this disagreement. The 2 parties can go and settle or agree not to settle, but the county shouldn't be the arbitrator of this. The ongoing discussion with regards to whether or not you need to design to a B1 or a B2 standard. That is the sole purpose of the county's recommendation to the board with regards to the applicant's request to modify the conditions of approval of the tentative subdivision map. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. And I want to mention that's in keeping with the long-standing way of doing business. We get complaints regularly from the golf course, from Santa Maria Ranch, place asking to enforce their HOA rules. And that's just not something we do. So I'm going to go back to public comment here now, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Laura Starkey. I'm currently a board of director member with the Air Park Estates. This is the map that is going to be submitted. Where am I there? It's almost right. Oh, okay. See a lot on this map. Do I have to go back to the mic, please? If I ask them to pass around.
We'll take it because your time is taken.
Are B2 approved. Anyway, I don't want to say that that's a moot point, but in some ways it's a moot point. As far as it's a B2, B1 right now, what matters is that as a board member, I am to uphold the fact that our standards were built from this airport, the inception of this airport to B2 standards. The board that's the standard that we've approved. That's the standard that we go by. It is FAA, it's advisory circular 150/5300-13A, small B2 airports. Those are the standards that we look at. We have once seen run right, okay? Once in our board meeting. I was there. It was on May 17th, 2021. And in that board meeting, Brian Matthews and Ron Wright, Brian Matthews is the engineer for Ron, submitted 2 drawings for the 14 hangars. Those 14 hangars were non-compliant to the standards that we approved by for the HOA in response in accordance to drainage, retention ponds, taxiways, and airspace. All of those errors compiled, all 5 of us board members denied the drawings. That is the only time we have seen drawings before the board. Every time since that time, we have had Ron Wright as an agenda item for old business. He has never come forward with compliance with the standards. Mr. Linky, who's the current president, sent him exact requirements to meet the standards on the drawings. We offered to help him meet the requirements. And it's been radio silence. We haven't heard from Ron Wright. He doesn't respond to anything that we try and send to him. So this is not two-way communication. This is not him working with the HOA at all. And so what are we supposed to do? We do not want to decrease our standards and have, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I think we had somebody online. Come on up, sir. If you're waiting still in the audience to for public discussion on this item, please, if you could line up over here by the podium.
Hi, my name is Paul Dye, and I'm a resident of the Air Park. Been there for about 8 years. I'm also an aviation professional. I've been in aerospace and aviation for over 40 years now. Flown an awful lot of different things, and I really enjoy the fact that we have the Air Park. And I also appreciate your understanding, I think, that from what I've heard here, that it is a unique facility that's very, very important to the community. The one issue that I have with the staff report, and it's probably just semantics that they don't understand, is being called a private use airport. It's not. It is a public use airport. We're privately owned. We provide its use for EMS, for anybody who wants to fly there. EMS, firefighting, search and rescue, law enforcement, and as importantly, we've got that big industrial development there. As companies develop and they want to grow and expand, they generally develop an aviation department so that they can move around the country. They move around the country in turboprops and business jets. Those aircraft require instrument approaches and instrument departures, which is something we want to develop. So you can talk about whether we're a phase 1 or a B2 or a B1. There could be controversy. There could be discussion on that. What we don't want to do is build a structure that precludes us from being a B2, because then the county will forever lose the ability to use that runway for economic development. It's a wonderful runway. It's much more impressive than most private airport runways. And that's why we make it public use. So that's the point I want to make. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name for the record and sign in.
My name is Robert Scholes. I live at 305 Jaeger Court. My property is directly across the runway from this particular site. In my other life, I'm a civil engineer. I was a civil engineer. I retired my licenses, but at one time I was licensed as a civil engineer in 6 states and 5 states as a Lancer there. Started out in Nevada. didn't end up there, but that's where I started out. I've been back into the airport now for the last 15 years. I was looking at this site plan that was approved. It says it's grading and drainage plan. And as a practical matter, this plan violates every requirement, the drainage requirements within Lyon County. You'll note that on the westerly side, it's got the inverted crown, which goes down and then dumps it on airport property. And that's not going to happen. You can't concentrate a flood, concentrate on flow and put it on private property.
Sir, excuse me real quick. Can we not have any conversation going on in the audience? It's kind of interfering up here. Thanks. Resume.
On the easterly side, the sheet drains onto another piece of property. I understand that Mr. Wright controls it, probably, and owns it by his wife. There's a catch basin that comes off the street that's diverted, goes to the east, but doesn't show where it goes. And the sheet drainage is, you know, that's something you just can't do. We have to have oil water separators. We need to have downstream, at least to where we had our flood problem. We need to have downstream analysis. This project is not going to be built. And I would urge you to keep the requirements in so that we have at least a chance to look at it. We had a flood 3 years ago. It cost us over $50,000. And the channel that was dug after the fact because of the siltation that took place. The county dug it. Now we got to move it. Estimated another $25,000 to $50,000. We're small. We can't afford that kind of stuff. And so we are going to ask that we have a meeting with Far West and see if we can see what's going on and see if we can find solutions. I have myself 40 years working in land development. I think I can put my people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And just in the interest of not repeating ourselves, if you've got an argument that you're going to make or a statement you're going to make, try not to repeat anybody else, please.
Yes, members of the board and Chairman Gray, Cecil Banks, 303 Yeager Court, Dayton, Nevada, 89403. I submitted a written response, public comment. I did receive from Ms. Lopez that she received it. I don't want to reiterate or, labor, the process so much, but my concern is, and I just want to express my support to the leadership of our HOA and not lose the ability to enhance our airport to provide services, to Lyon County and the Dayton Valley community. So pretty much that's it. And I do support, again, the proposed applicant of the hangars. We do want to see that. We want to see improvement on it. And, but I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Louise Hose. I am a resident of the Dayton Valley Airport, former president of the HOA, owner of several aircraft based on the field, and a commercial pilot. I am proud of the services that our airport provides to the Dayton community, particularly during firefighting, emergency medical, and search and rescue operations. We choose to allow our privately owned land to be used as a public use airport purely as a service to the community, and we work to protect its integrity. This is not an issue about an HOA condition. This is about protecting the airport and the airspace over that airport, which is a resource to all of us. This recommendation to eliminate number 3 cuts out the HOA from further approvals of development on Wright's property. And as Bob has very well shown, there are a lot of concerns there on this property to the airport and to the airspace, not to our homes. Personally, with my aircraft, I don't care. But we're trying to protect the future of the industrial park and the airspace and what can be done. When I look at this report in September 2021, the district attorney directed the right attorneys to quote, resolve your disagreements with the homeowners association. Since that time, I'm aware of them making no effort to try to resolve it at all. Mr. Linky wrote a letter detailing how many times we have put him on to the agenda for both members' meetings and for board meetings. He has not shown up. And in recent times, his representatives have not shown up. He has made no effort to resolve this since the district attorney directed him to work on it. To the best of my knowledge, this planning staff did not reach out to the HOA before this conclusion. Why wasn't there consultation with the HOA? He talks about other people that were consulted. No consultation with the HOA to talk about it. There are citations to Mr. Halco's letter, which was written 2 years ago, not recently, but 2 years ago, and demonstrates our partnership with NDOT, that we are trying to make this the best airport possible for the county. Again, my aircraft don't need that kind of space and development, but the county, we're trying to help the county in protecting this airport. The letter was inappropriately used. It was meant to upgrade the airport, not to downgrade it. And in fact, in the last 2 years, we have addressed several of those comments that he has made, and we have other plans to do to address more. I might mention, we pay for the airport. We do it. You don't give us, I don't think you give us any money to maintain the airport. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Duncan. I live at 208 Doolittle Court in Dayton. I, like many others, I'm a former president of the HOA. Happy that you are willing to listen to our comments. First of all, with regard to item number 22, the FAA does respond to submissions of Form 7460-1s. So, and I do believe that that item should be amended to allow not just submittal of that form, but also completion of that form. Hopefully with the determination of no hazard, but at least some sort of completion of that. As far as whether we're a B1 or B2, it doesn't matter. What we are trying to do is have construction on the airport in the safest manner possible. And we believe that some of the changes could potentially allow for greater wing clearance for aircraft, both on the various taxiways. As far as whether this is not really an HOA issue. It might be a public property issue. The HOA just happens to be the owner of the airport because Mr. Joe Wade, Dayton Valley Investors and Dayton Valley Airport gave it to the HOA. They did not want to be responsible for it anymore. And we have taken over that responsibility. Also, Mr. Wright's property, as well as all the industrial properties on the southerly side of the airport, are not a part of the HOA. Only the residential area is part of the HOA or ever intended to be part of the HOA. Thirdly, I don't know what number I'm on, at some point, Mr. Wright will need to work with us on the off-site improvements. Although the airport itself is public access, that's for access by air. To get planes from his hangars to our airstrip, he will need to construct taxiways and other improvements on the HOA property. Obviously, that will need to be done with approval of the landowner. He can't possibly do that I can't imagine the county would allow him to construct proper improvements on airport property he does not own.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Jeanette Peck, and I live in the Dayton Valley Golf Course, which is adjacent to the Dayton Valley Airport. Fortunately, Lyon County is blessed with two recreational jewels at the west end of the county, the golf course and the airport. And I walk them all the time. I love them. And both of these facilities are operated and maintained by private entities, but they are available for use by the public. I think you're very fortunate to have both of them. I know many of the homeowners association members consider them to be very conscientious and very experienced stewards of the air park. It is an excellently maintained facility, and the homeowner spends countless unpaid hours ensuring that it is protected and welcoming visiting pilots, providing directions and information about the area. They love their airplanes and their airfield. I know virtually nothing about airplanes or airfields, but it appears to me that the homeowners are concerned that this proposed development would greatly restrict the ability of the airfield to realize its best use and full potential. Please listen carefully to the concerns of your citizens and be certain that you are contributing to the continued success of Dayton Valley Airport. Thank you. I am also a civil engineer with probably 30 years experience in city government, and my understanding of a development agreement is when a developer signs and says he agrees to these conditions of approval, that is his contract. I don't think that you have the responsibility to change the contract. Thank you.
I'll look back and I'm the last one, fortunately. Commissioner, Board of Commissioners, I am John Linke. I am the president of the HOA Association. So I want to thank all of my neighbors, my board members, and my illustrious predecessors for the work and the presentations. My letter is on the system, and I just want to jump to that. Item 22 remains, in my mind, still open. It needs the closure. Form 7460-1 on the cover sheet for that form, it says if you are a public airport, as we are, as specified in the AFD, for 14 CFR 77-9, the form is required. So Mr. Pizell put in a lot of work coming up with a lot of list of things, but it's on the instruction sheet. It is required. And it can be submitted at any time, but it's got to be approved by the FAA. So I would propose that a possible extension of the existing 22 would be something simply at the end where it says submit form 7460 and completion of the FAA's aeronautical study with a determination of no hazard. Now the FAA has the option of 3 results. One is no hazard. The other is hazard with mitigation, or hazard. At that point, you have to redesign. So I want to thank you for your time. I represent a very active group of people, and I thank them and you for your attention.
Thank you. You know, I was remiss. Did we, was there anybody here from the applicant that wanted to speak? Was the applicant in?
Yes, this is Brian Matthews. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what is your, you represent the applicant?
Yes, so I'm the design engineer and I'm representing the applicant today. So I would say I appreciate everybody's comments and questions. I mean, these are definitely things that we've been thinking about ourselves. Let me first address what the commissioner brought up in the beginning. He asked why would we go through this process and then now we're back here. If you've ever developed anything, you kind of, it's a step-by-step process. And what that means is everything that you do is going to cost you money. So you want to limit the amount of money you're putting out on development. And so you work through the process. Going to the board the first time to get the subdivision was the first part of this process. However, because of the disagreements and the requirements that were put on, it got us to the point where the owner could feel confident that, yes, the county would like to see the hangars, right? So that's pretty much what has happened to this point. And the conditions were put on it. However, obviously we didn't start with those conditions. The owner agreed to have them put on there at the beginning so that we could go to the next part of it, which really is what we've done. We've taken steps at that point to say, hey, we don't agree with what is happening. And so they went out and searched and did some research and found out about, you know, the differences between the requirements of the FAA. And we believe that we're showing that this is not the standard that the airport would like to have. Yes, we actually don't disagree. They probably do have a desire to have that. However, we don't believe that the standards are being met currently, for one, which I would say they would probably agree with. And two, that's even something that really anybody really understands what that entails in the future. Like, does that mean there's going to be lights? Is this going to be the Carson City Airport in the future? You know, are they going to be able to fly in at night? I mean, no one's really addressed those concerns, and we don't think that that's the kind of airport this is. This is a day use airport where, you know, people come in and they fly in pretty much on the weekends or the weekdays, and, you know, it's an enjoyable airport. But it's not really this big, massive airport. So anyway, the point is that we don't believe that that's really where people want to go with this thing. And if they do, then I guess we really need to hear that. Otherwise, we feel that the B1 requirements are being met. You know, there's something about this whole question of safety, et cetera. No, those B1 requirements are being met with the layout by approximately 6 feet of difference in the airspace. I mean, you know, it's that imaginary line that goes out there. But we would not be meeting our current proposal to meet the B2 FAA requirements. So we agree with the staff that this is not a Lyon County issue that should be enforced by them, that this is really a dispute between two property owners. And obviously with the requirement that's on the property, he will have to either get the agreement of the board, or they'll basically end up in some dispute of some sort that will have to be resolved at some point. But that's not Lyon County's really affairs to want to get involved in that. So we totally agree with the staff on their recommendations on this. And we have no problem submitting that report to the FAA. And obviously then we'll get something back from them, and we have no problem providing that to you also. If, let's just say the FAA had some additional requirements, well, then we're going to have to address those requirements. I mean, it's not like just because you're taking this out of your purview, it doesn't mean that we're not needing to meet those requirements. And just real quickly on, you know, everybody talking about the plans. I hope everybody understands that those are completely preliminary plans. There's no drainage report. There isn't a grading plan. I know that a couple civil engineers stood up there and you know, wanted to say some things about the plans. Personally, I feel that they're defaming me because they don't even really know where we are in the process. You could ask Rob Pizell, nothing's been submitted. So they're really just plans for discussion. And that's what we're having today, is some discussion. So I think, does anybody have any specific questions for me?
Question? All right. Okay, Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Matthews, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So at the hearing where the tentative map was approved,
yes,
you went on record and stated that you agreed that the document that's listed in item 23 now, that you have to get the approval of the HOA prior to you constructing your hangar. Is that correct?
So that is a document that is on the land itself. So yeah, regardless of, we don't necessarily even have to come to you in this process to get a building permit. However, that document's on the land. So we would still have to either get rid of that document by legal process, or we'd have to follow it because it's a document that's on the land. It's not related to your guys's process at all.
So basically you're saying if the HOA doesn't do what you want, you're going to sue them.
So that's not the point. The point is that if the HOA is not, and the homeowner are unable to come together, then they would have to go to some kind of a dispute, right? I mean, you would agree with that, right? If you were a property owner next to another property owner and you have a dispute, you would go to whatever is necessary, most likely, I guess, a court or some kind of arbitration to have that conversation. I think it's been pointed out that the homeowners association feels like they're being slighted, and the owner of the property feels like they're not working with them. So that's really kind of in part why we're still here. So I just think that having Lyon County as the hammer, as Rob Pizell is saying, is not the way you want to go.
But do you agree that to build this hangar, you have to comply with the document that gives the air park the approval authority?
Or it has to be revised, whatever, absolutely. I mean, you're acting like there's only one method. It's silly. Don't act this way, please. That's silly. There's more than one way to deal with the situation. And yes, that's why we have courts. That's why we have other things. So yes, if that's what you're asking.
So then the statement you made at the previous hearing that you agreed and you were going to comply with it doesn't really matter anymore?
Okay, so what's really funny is what you don't realize is this process we're having today is an application process. In other words, we went through the previous application and we went through that, and now we're on this application, which is an amendment to the conditions. So you, as the board members, have the opportunity to hear these arguments and make a decision. We're all going through the process. Nobody's short-circuiting any processes. This is the process that we're going through. So we're all doing the right thing here.
All right, Mr. Matthews, I have a question. This is Commissioner Gray.
Yes.
It's funny because I just heard you say that you guys are, have been willing to work with the HOA.
Yes.
We've had several of them here stated you guys have been on their agenda and nobody's bothered to even show up to discuss these things and bring them to bear.
Let me provide clarification.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. What I would like to know is why, if they're willing to put you on their agenda and hear you guys out and work with you, why haven't you guys been there or sent a representative? I mean, I personally, this is a personal, property issue. I am very hesitant to, tell anybody what they can do with their personal property. And, when it can be worked through privately, I prefer that. And then, this is, let's call a spade. I mean, there's threats of lawsuits already going on, and that really doesn't bode well with me. I mean, there should be a good neighbor policy, but again, I'll throw the question back at you. Why haven't you guys sat down at the table they've offered with? Why haven't you sat down at the table with them that they've offered?
So think about all you've heard today. What have you heard today? Everyone that's gone up there has said that this is a B2. Okay, so tell me, are you going to continue to go to a meeting where they're going to say this is a B2? We actually hired the professional to say, is this really a B2? No, this is not a B2. This is a B1 airport. This is really a utility airport. It's not, B1 is really just the classification in the FAA requirements. And so we're cutting all sorts of things here. But there's no point in going to their meeting to say, hey, we want to go to a B1 standard for the FAA. And them to say, hey, we want a B2 standard. So we have actually done some work to show that it's not meeting the B2 requirements at this current time. We've hired those experts to show us that. That's what's in your documentation. So realistically, what have they done outside of said B2, B2, B2? They keep just saying the same thing. So that's really why we haven't come together. But if, the whole point is that each part is a process. To move to the next phase of this process is to say, is this really a Lyon County requirement? Is this really where Lyon County has authority over it? If they don't, then they should take that out. Then obviously we still have to meet either get their board approval, or we have to go some other form and say, hey, is this really even a legitimate requirement to make on these property owners in the first place? And that's really where we sit right now.
Okay, I mean, and I think it's a moot point as to what standard the airport's at now. Does the HOA have the authority to enforce standards within their jurisdiction that they agree to? That's the real question before. It's not whether it's, what rating the airport is. And I just, like I said, it's, if you're, I don't know, if you're in the HOA or, abutting it and wanting access to it, I think it's incumbent upon to meet their standards, whether or not it's a higher legal authority standard or not. They're saying they want to build to a better standard because it's within their HOA. So like I said, I still am not totally decided on this, but I really think you guys have done yourself a disservice by not going the extra mile and sitting down at the table with them and discussing and finding out what they really want and what you guys could come up with and hammer out a deal. So that's all I've got. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, short of the fact I want to break, I
Yeah, we're
want to ask
getting
Rob Pizell a question.
Mr. Pizell.
Yes, sir.
Pizell, okay, I just want to understand something on this application to the FAA. Does that application specifically say what kind of an airport, the B1, B2, is that part of that application? I don't know what the application looks like.
The 7460-1 is basically, it alerts the FAA that new construction or alteration of existing structures is proposed, and the FAA then utilizes the information included in that application to determine whether or not the structure or the alteration could be considered a hazard to aviation. So it doesn't necessarily, my understanding of the process is it doesn't necessarily require construction. It just notes whether or not it is or should be considered a hazard. And if it is, then what are the steps to mitigate that hazard?
So they don't actually address the standards of the airport itself, the B1 versus the B2.
That's my understanding, correct?
All right, any other questions from the board? Okay, I see a couple people have their hands raised. We already did public comment, so I'm going to ask the county manager to lower those hands at this point. And I am going to look to the board for a motion. Yeah, we did earlier. Oh, we had opened it up.
I've got a question actually before. I think it would be, well, actually, stuff has been brought up now that concerns me even. I was already concerned about this, but concerns me anymore was the, from NDOT about how this could put us in jeopardy as far as getting grants for the airport that we do own. That really concerns me.
So Kurt is like Mr. Wright. He answers questions, but it depends. The reality of the situation is no. Whatever the board does today,
Pick on
not believe
Steve.
it affects the grant assurances. In the aspect that we still, you as the Board of County Commissioners going through the whole planning process, have the final authorities to what occurs based upon the conditions that are either you amend today or you keep today. Based upon those conditions, you still have that final authority. We are not doing anything that enhances or restricts the applicant or the air park's ability to do their job. What we're saying is we should not be in the business of dictating and enforcing HOA rules. That's all staff is saying. So from the perspective of, are we going to be in violation of any grant assurances? I do not believe that we are, because we are not saying that the gentleman can't build his hangars, and nor are we saying that he can build his hangars at this point in time. All we're doing is changing the conditions of the special use permit, which in hindsight, we probably should have never entered into to begin with in that particular condition. And we've not done it with any other application dealing with HOAs or CCNRs or special assessment districts or any of those residential, even industrial, commercial subdivisions that are out there that where we wind up enforcing.
So that's addressing condition 23, correct? Okay.
And the issue of whether they're B1 or B2 from staff perspective is not the issue. That is something they're striving, if I understand correctly, they're striving to get from one level to the next level.
We are there.
Okay.
Submitted the document.
Okay.
They saw it.
And so now, this is precisely why we should not be there.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is there, what kind of a motion would get us out of this and just leave it to the private parties to handle? I mean,
so
that's what I'm looking for.
So to answer your question, I think the best motion is to approve the agenda item as presented by staff, eliminating our role and amending the language in those conditions 22 and 23 or 23, 24, whatever they are, and moving forward. This is truly a situation where private parties who own private property who are in conflict with each other. If that conflict has to go to court, then let it go to court. But we should not be the arbitrator. You should not be asking Andrew Haskin and Rob Heisel to arbitrate these decision-making processes or bring it to the Board of County Commissioners over something that's a private property dispute that we truly have no authority over, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because I agree with you, and
I don't know why I'm doing Andrew's job
Yeah, just a second, and I'll go to you. Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with the HOA. I mean, you bought into an HOA, you buy into their rules, and but we shouldn't be in the job of enforcing those rules. That's not us. That's the HOA. Mr. Jacobson.
I guess one thing I'm confused on, Chairman Gray, I appreciate it. Mr. Page, did I hear this development is outside of the HOA?
That's my understanding, but in order for them to utilize the airport, they have to follow under their rules to be able to utilize the airport.
So I guess.
And there's still a process they have to go through by filling out form whatever it is for the FAA to determine whether or not what they're building is a hazard. They can be a hazard that can be mitigated, or a hazard that can't be mitigated, go back and redesign.
It seems to me that the HOA has all the power here pretty much anyhow. Okay. Thank you.
No.
Mr. Jacobson. I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson.
He's getting angry.
Yes.
Yeah, so am I.
Well, I want to take a swing
So
at
is
this.
Jeff.
I'm gonna take a swing at this and see where it goes, because I understand Mr. Page's concerns about us being involved in a private property dispute. But I do believe that that condition 22 can be modified, because staff's not even recommending us eliminating 22, but modifying. But what I would like to recommend then, or I'll even make a motion, okay? That's what I do. So I move, see how I'm gonna do this. I move that we amend the tentative, it's tentative map, correct? Or amend the conditions of approval on item 22 to read, prior to the issuance of a building permit for proposed hangar building, the applicant shall provide to the Lyon County Community Development Department documentation of the submittal of FAA Form 7460-1 and completion of the FAA's aeronautical study with the determination of no hazard or hazard with mitigation, and remove condition 23.
I have consulted with my expert here. He said we're good to go.
Okay.
Is there a second on that one?
I'll second that.
For discussion? Security, go, Mr. Jacobs.
In light of, Mr. Chairman, in light of staff recommendation, I'm going to vote yay as well.
Any other comments? Questions, concerns? All right, we are gonna,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm still thinking. My brain's still, the squirrels are still turning.
One or two.
Probably two today. It's-
One or two.
It started off that way.
I knew I smelled something burning in back here.
So anyways, so that's going to, so we're leaving in 23, so that's gonna take that away from us. We're not gonna arbitrate anything. And you're still gonna be able to make that application. All right, I just wanted to make sure, that was kind of lengthy, and I just want to make sure everything's in my head, so we're all good.
So, yeah.
That gets us where we need to be, and the HOA where they need to be.
So we're not regulating it. We're just requiring they submit the form and, with a hazard or hazard mitigation, and it's got to be provided to the community development department, but we're not in the business of telling them how they have to build.
Look at that. Remember this morning, very first thing, look at font. We created consensus. We're doing a good job.
We haven't voted yet. All right, we have a motion on the table and a second. Everybody clear on what the motion is?
Yeah.
Kind of screwed, but okay. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. We are now going to recess for lunch. It is 12:25. Everybody good with 1:30?
Yeah.
All right, reconvene at
I
1:30.
get to tonight.
Huh?
So do you.
Yeah, and Elaine had to cancel.
Oh, shoot.
I'm still bringing this one.
If the
It's now 1:31. We are going to jump to item 17A, presentation only discussion on referral of scheduled utility rate increase for the Dayton water and sewer utility fund. That's about myself.
Good afternoon, Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. I did put some information in the agenda items. We are scheduled on July 1st for the rates for the Dayton sewer to increase by 7.55%, the Dayton water by 2.5%. And that was a resolution that we did, was it 2.5 years ago now? Holy cow, time. Year and a half? Anyways, we did it in order to meet the bond covenants where we're issuing $20 million in debt. We're still in the middle of that process. And that is also to cover increases in costs over that time period. The 2.5% for Dayton water was to keep up with the cost of inflation, which I don't know how many of you have seen the latest figures. But the supplies for the utilities are at a higher increase than what you see across the board for those, especially when we're talking about capital projects and those type of things, piping and construction. Those have increased significantly over that time frame. So the budget that we just submitted to the Department of Taxation for tentative budget showed a loss, including these scheduled increases in the water fund of approximately $540,000. In the sewer fund, it showed a profit of about $571,000. However, that only accounts for the interest portion of the debt. So you also have to have enough cash flow to pay for principal, which doesn't show up on your profit and loss. It's just paying back money we've borrowed. And those debt payments are approximately $674,000 is what the estimate is for the principal for the upcoming year. So when we add all of that together, we have a loss, budget loss of $642,396 for next fiscal year. So to be able to meet the bond covenants that you have made, these rate increases need to stay in place. In fact, technically, you should probably come in and ask for higher rates than we are, but I'm not going to do that to the board right now. But that's the situation we're in. So I wanted to present that. I kind of did that during the budget, but hopefully this gives you an idea of where we are right now and what we're looking at going forward.
So the sewers go up 7.5%. You said again,
7.55. And which coincidentally is almost the same as what inflation is running, which doesn't help us out on the ability, because part of that rate increase was to fund the capital, a portion of the capital is what we're doing to increase.
So basic sewer is having a cost over $8 a month per resident.
I didn't actually put down what the actual rates are. I just looked at percentages.
What's the base rate?
I don't know, but I can find out.
Dave, do you know?
Yeah.
Chairman Greg, Commissioner Dave Burkett for the record. So the question was, what are the current rates?
Yeah.
So the current rates, as of July 1 of 2020, for residential water was $27.34 a month. And sewer was $68.18. Those are minimums.
That was 2020.
Yeah.
Increases.
Oh, I'm sorry, July 2021. Yeah. So July 2021, the 3/4 inch water meter is 2802, and the sewer is 7333. Then effective July 1st, 2022, the water rate would go to 2872, and the sewer rate would go to 7887. And just something I want to let you know too, and we do have, as part of our rate approval program for those, we do have a low income that is a low income rate that is offered both in water and sewer, and it's roughly about half. It's a little bit more, but roughly about half. And the process is, if people have problem paying their water and sewer bill, then we send them over to Human Services, a separate entity. They go through their process and validate that to provide information.
And if they can meet the criteria, which is the 150% of the federal poverty level, then they're offered the discount rates. And currently, there's about roughly 21 people in the whole service area that get those rates.
And I'm sorry, back to the water, what's the current rate now? I know it's going up 28.72 on July 1st.
2802.
And, you know, the other thing, and you know, the utility company obviously recognizes that there's a cost to doing water and service. But the EPA gives us guidelines and what it costs. You know, regulatory or water and sewer rates, you know, are generated so that we can meet the operational needs of the utility. And the EPA gives us guidance on what those costs should be based on a regulatory environment. And we're less than half on both our water and sewer for those rates. So we recognize that, you know, there is an impact to it, but even the federal government gives us guidelines on where our rate should be based on the area of median household income. And we're less than half of those rates. So there's a cost associated with regulations.
Okay.
That was my entire presentation. He said it all.
And it's just a really hard pill to swallow for everybody going forward with everything else going up and dollar not going as far and not as many people getting dollars anymore. So, I'm at a loss to what to suggest people.
Well,
Not that it'll make you feel any better, but you know, Silver Springs had to raise their rates because of this inflation. Go to Fernley. I mean, you know, everybody's suffering with the high rates. I don't know what to do either.
Yeah. Yeah, and the flip side is if, you know, if we don't continue to rates as they are, and I pay them, so that they are painful, but we're gonna fall further and further behind the 8 ball, and at some point in time, have to put a massive rate increase or shut down the water system.
Wasn't that how we kind of got here, Josh? Just because we didn't do rate increases back when we should have years ago?
Yep.
Yeah. We actually, during the Great Recession, deferred a few just because of the exact same discussion we're having right now. It's difficult for people to make payments as prices go up. Unfortunately, as prices go up, it costs us more to provide the same service as well. So it's a catch-22. I don't have a good solution for you other than I know what the bond covenants say and I know what the bonds are going for. So if we can continue to treat the sewer and continue to provide water, and this is the dynamic that we're in.
Do we track by percentage or by numbers delinquent bills and if they're on the increase?
Yeah, we do an aging report. Our current protocol, current practice, approved standard is once people hit 60 days in arrears, then we tag them, we give them a week's notice, they have to pay their bill. And then if they don't pay their bill, then there'll be a shut off. And so
yeah,
we
I understand that, but I'm just wondering if are we having more and more people, you know, missing the bill or paying it late? I mean, I'm just wondering if
we haven't seen
building a snowball here where
no, we haven't seen an overall increase, and it's been very steady. And typically, we have roughly about 170 people out of the whole service area that every month get tagged, and that's approximately it's probably 170 plus or minus 10.
Any questions, comments? I know we got lots of concerns. Thank you, guys. That was a presentation. Item 17B, possible action, approve termination effective August 2nd, 2022 of an existing interlocal agreement dated August 2nd, 2012 between Douglas County, Carson City, Lyon County, and Story County to develop, operate, and maintain a multi-county Ethernet microwave interconnect.
Josh Fuller, Lyon County Comptroller. This project started with someone having a dream that regardless of what county you're in, you could dispatch for another county. Sounded really good. They got federal grants, they built it, and it has never been used as intended. We're at the end of 10 years. The equipment is at the point we either need to take it down or replace it. And we're all on different softwares. We're on, some of us are even on different frequencies as far as being able to provide it. So it really isn't providing a service that we couldn't provide much more inexpensively in other ways.
How much money that cost?
A little over $1 million. But it went to Douglas County, not us, if that's any consolation.
So taxpayer money.
It is.
All right, looking for, I guess, some comment, questions on this?
I was going to motion to approve the termination.
Second.
Any discussion on the board? Public comment? Anybody online? Saying no discussion, call the vote, all in favor,
Aye.
Aye.
all opposed. Motion carries 5-0. Item 17C, possible action, discussion and possible revision on allocation of America Rescue Plan Act funding and budget. Foley.
Josh Foley, Lantern Council, for the record, this is a item I wish I didn't have to bring back to the board, but after we got done with our last meeting that covered this, I went home and woke up at 3 in the morning. I'm like, for the first time in my 18 years, I can't move forward with what the board has asked me to do because I don't have the ability to do it. And I'm like, what do I do? And the challenge that I have before me is different than what has happened in the past. Sometimes the boards will say, we want X, Y, and Z project, move forward with them, and we will take it out of future funding pots. The challenge that I have at this point is the direction from the board over the past few years has been, we have 2 projects that are our priorities. Those projects are the public safety sales tax, redoing the upstairs of the district court, and that's the only place that that money can be spent. And it's accumulating, knock on wood, at approximate levels of about $2 million a year. We have a $10 million project. We have about a little over $5 million in funding, and we're hoping that the economy stays good long enough to continue generating sales tax to fill that one out. If not, we'll need to, as we're going through the process, steal some money from the Dayton government complex and delay that by a couple of months or a year potentially. The other project is the Dayton government complex, which would take care of severe issues in the Dayton Justice Court. It would consolidate for efficiency purposes the sheriff's office and the district attorney's office and human services. So when you have staff maintaining a facility on the facility side, janitorial side, all of that stuff, you have a single location. You don't have them driving 5 miles here to 5 miles there to 5 miles there. And so and it gets us out of lease payments so we can use that money towards other purposes going forward. Thank you, Jeff. And so that's approximately a $23 million project. We were hoping to get it done in the next 3 years. We have approximately 10 million of that. That's going to eat up every penny of the money for the next probably 4, maybe 5 years to get that project done. So when I'm looking at it saying, okay, how do I fill the holes if some of the other projects that have been approved have holes? I do not have an answer for you. I cannot do it. And those are 2 fairly pressing needs that we have. We can only hold a jury trial up in one court at district court. We can't hold a jury trial in Dayton Justice Court currently. We have to go somewhere else, which brings in significant security issues. Those jury trials that we are holding there or going to be holding there are people who have been in domestic violence situations and getting their firearms rights taken away from them under the Constitution. That is not the person I want to have a trial on with no security, no metal detector. All you have is a bailiff trying to manage an unsecured facility. So that's why the direction from the board to us has been, those are our top 2 projects. We need to make sure that these projects are taken care of properly. So outside of ARPA funds, all of those funds are allocated for the next 3 or 4 years. I can't squeeze other projects in and still do these projects and get them done to reduce our potential liability. And when we get to the ARPA funds, and I apologize, I have just proven to the board that I do not multitask very well. I was sitting there trying to do what Jeff does and also do what I do, and also listen to people who are talking to me during the meeting and the board discussion, and I didn't do a good job of communicating with the board, so I apologize, which is part of the reason we're back here today. I have 4 projects that I have concerns on as far as trying to figure out how to take care of these, and here are my concerns. The ARPA funds fall under federal law, federal regulations. I have to meet every provision of the federal law that's applicable to those. In addition to that, any state laws that are more restrictive, I have to meet those. Here's the more restrictive state law that I have to follow. Anything over $100,000 that's a construction project on county property, I have to go out to competitive bid for. To go out to competitive bid, I have to hire someone or have someone on staff, which we don't have. I have to hire someone to write the documentation specifications for that item. So those 4 projects that I have would be that are over $100,000 of the tennis court at Dressel Park. So I would need to get those engineered and pay for a bidding process. The Mountain House Community Center, the asphalt at the fairgrounds being replaced, and the new bucking chutes and backpins. So when those were requested, they went out and got quotes and said, this is how much for a quote. Unfortunately, that only includes the cost of the quote. It doesn't include the cost of bidding. And sometimes when you go out to competitive bids, those costs go up because the cost to respond to a competitive bid takes more effort on the organization to do that. So I'm looking at these going, okay, I don't have enough funding for those. And then the other one that I need to add is the Fernley Justice Court. Commissioner Jacobson asked me at the last ARPA discussion, can we use the court facility fees at the justice courts to pay for part of this project? The simple answer is yes, and that's what I responded. The more accurate answer is the board has allocated 100% of those funds toward the Dayton Justice Complex already. So I should have said, I don't have any additional funds to do that. So I'm short about $400,000 in this project, assuming that it comes in at what we estimated. And it very well could come in higher. I'm hoping it comes in lower, but my problem is if it comes in higher, I don't have anywhere to recommend to the board to fund when it comes in higher. I believe the Mountain House Community Center is going to come in higher. All of those ones that I discussed, I think are going to come in higher. Commissioner Gray asked me, we got into a discussion on what do I recommend? I said, you don't want to know what I recommend. So we went through it. I'm like, I will implement whatever the Board of County Commissioners wants to, but my problem is I have more funding for more projects than I actually have funding for, and I have no contingency in there to be able to cover anything that comes in higher. Now, it doesn't matter to me from a philosophical perspective how the board balances this. I am here to follow through with what the board directs me to do. I just need to make sure that we're all on the same page and we can accomplish it, because once that ARPA funds, once those run out, I don't have another bucket of funds to help with. And so that's my challenge.
So where exactly are you short if you want to plug the hole? So we can hear.
Okay, so I would say approximately, and by the time we do all of the costs, and see, some of these don't include, like the Fernley Justice Court, I'm looking at it and they built a little contingency in, but I'm thinking we have to add some, if we're adding a jury box, we have to add a restroom for the jury, or the jury room. You have to add some utilities. So I'm thinking there's going to be at Fernley Justice Court some additional costs there, connection fees perhaps. And so I'm thinking approximately 380 to 400,000 additional to do the Fernley Justice Court project. As far as the tennis court, the replacement asphalt and the bucking chutes, I'm guessing you're probably talking anywhere from $25,000 to $30,000 additional for each one of those. I could be wrong, but I would rather be wrong on the high side than on the low side. And then the Mountain House Community Center, I'm assuming that we would probably be somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 additional there by the time you do the parking lot work and all of those different things that need to be done for that particular facility. And so that's where I'm short on all of these, and I'm not sure what direction the board wants us to
I
move
gotta
forward.
ask, on the Mountain House Community Center, has anybody sat with the advisory board there, anybody in the community there to find out what their needs are? And I mean, how can we have a price when we don't know what the need is?
My last recollection of that discussion was the Board of County Commissioners asking the chair, who's here, she can speak for herself, about can we do a scaled down version? And she said, no, we're doing it all, or we're not doing it all. At that time, what was her comment? To something to that degree. And so that was the direction I was going forward with her. I did have a subsequent conversation on the process to move forward with this particular project. And I let her know on the county side, staff drives this once the board gives direction. And that process would be, first of all, planning or community development researches the property to determine what we need to do to actually, if we can build on that property. That required planning director, he's here, he can speak for himself, but I'll summarize. They went through the CCNRs, they went through the master plan, they went through the zoning, and they cleared all of those with the district attorney's office to make sure that we can move forward on that. And now staff is being directed to do a zone change to bring back to the Board of County Commissioners. That's the first step in the process. Once that's done, the next step would be to hire an architect. And an architect would come in, do a conceptual plan, bubble diagrams, and then flesh out what size you need to be. That's the point where you would sit down with them and say, what are your actual needs? Now, if you're building something that's probably, with today's construction costs, if you're building something that's probably about 1,200 square feet, which is probably not a lot bigger than the closet they're in right now, although I know it's not a closet, it's Commissioner Hockaday's wife's closet. You know, $525 a square foot, which is the last estimate I got from the architect on the Dayton government complex. And you add in the site grading and you add in the parking lot and the curbs and all of those things that we have to do by code. And we have to follow just the same as every other developer would. That's where I'm coming up with that guesstimate. I'm not looking at a Taj Mahal. I'm not looking at something like the Fernley Senior Center or which by the way, cost us almost $9 million. I'm looking at something significantly smaller. And so I'm looking at that going, okay, well, this is what it takes. I'm not here to tell the board what project to prioritize. Commissioner Gray made the mistake asking that already, what I would do, but that's not my role. I can provide advice. My role is to implement what you direct, and I can't do that right now.
Now, when you say parking lots, I mean, what's the requirement? Can't we just have gravel parking lots? I mean, we've got those other places. I mean, the Silver Springs Library. I mean, there's, yeah, you say by code, but yeah, there are buildings with gravel parking lots.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director. So no, gravel parking lot would not be appropriate in this instance. First of all, you have to meet ADA requirements, so at least some of it would have to be paved. But also, if you take a look at Title 15 and our different requirements, it would have to be paved.
So basically, the firehouse right now, where we park, is gravel, so that would not be compliant. Yes or no?
If that's the case, then
Yeah.
I to be honest, I haven't been to the firehouse there, so
That's gravel.
yeah.
Right, but
Probably
in
also built
fairness,
before Title 15 though.
I was just gonna say, they were built before the codes changed.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to revisit the codes then.
Yeah, I'll take the first. I'll take the first one. This isn't gonna make anybody happy. I've got some other feedback and some viable feedback. I mean, much as I want it to still do, I think the $70,000 for the motorcycles, for 2 motorcycles for the sheriff's department, maybe not the right time and place. I know that makes Josh happy from a risk manager standpoint.
From that standpoint, yes. I like traffic enforcement as well. I'm hopeful that we can have one vehicle per officer and they can do traffic enforcement with the vehicle. I understand the rationale. We've had that discussion.
And just to piggyback on that, and believe me, I am speaking from experience. The bike is the cheap part. once there's still a lot, and then there's training for the officers and certifications and all that. So I'm.
That was all free though.
Well, especially if you buy Harleys, you have to fix them all the time.
Exactly. And you gotta put oil pans underneath them.
There is no oil in my garage floor. Thank you very
You
much.
gotta put oil in the bike for it to leak.
Got Commissioner Jacobson, and I'd like to talk.
Chairman Gray, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hockaday. I struggle with projects when we don't really know the exact size, what's been bid. I mean, I don't know of another time where we're putting money into a project where we don't actually know a price or even the size of the building, which I've heard everything from 1,500 to 4,400 square feet. So I guess I struggle with that, discussing the Mound House Community Center.
So the 1.2 million that was discussed early on came from the board's request of what would it take to build a community center in Mound House? 4,000 square feet times $300 a square foot. That was from a couple different commercial contractors with the average price. And that was several months ago. It could go up, it could go down. That's what the price came from. That did not include parking, any of the other things. That was just a raw construction cost. So I'll take us back. Commissioner Keller was the only one around when we did it. We started with the Justice Complex way back when. I don't want to relive that back there. But we had no clue what it was going to cost either. But we hired an architect and started meeting with the various departments that were going to be in there to find out what their space needs were, those kinds of things. And brought back to the board a price of what we were looking at. Based upon that price, we had several more meetings to take away the fluff and stuff that some of the courts wanted, take away some of the things that the sheriff wanted, and then brought back a more realistic price. That is unfortunately in county government, in government work period, that's how that process has to work because of the constraints put upon us by the state legislature. We're not the private sector where we can just go out and say, this is what we're doing.
I do want to add that this is a very unique situation where we got, I don't want to say a windfall of funds, but funds that we didn't know were coming. Normally we would have these plans and everything planned out and ready to go. And I've said it, well, I'll say it again, this was a placeholder to get started, a place to get started. There's zoning that has to be done. There is engineering, there's architecture, there's also reaching out to community partners, and this money does not have to be executed, immediately. And it doesn't have to be executed in total either immediately. This was just a place to get started to allow for things to move forward. And I still have real heartburn. I mean, we've got a community with, I'll say again, with Mount that have been fighting for this, that want this. For those of you who've seen their little meeting room, it's a shame. I mean, I think we need to figure out. I mean, if we can, this money it's a placeholder. It's earmarked, and we can start executing things and getting things done and leaving something there that'll allow us to move forward to get this done. Yeah, and this hopefully with any luck, this will all be the only amount of money we'd ever have to put in. If we can get out there and start work on grants and their services. I mean, there are people that have said they would donate, technical experience, things along those lines as well. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairman Gregg. Kind of to piggyback on what you said, we've had plans for these projects for years and years, and all of a sudden we get a windfall. And now we're saying we can't build these things because we don't have enough of the windfall money. That's my first comment. Obviously, we never planned on having $11 million come in 2 years. So I kind of look at that and say, well, now all of a sudden we're saying, gosh, we really planned on having this money and we don't have it. Therefore, we can't do the projects we want to do. I'd say go back to the plan and count this as a windfall. Second, if we know what amount of money we can actually give to Mound House, then maybe you go to a contractor and say, this is how much you have to do what we need you to do. Not, hey, here's 1.2 million. How much is it going to cost to build this? Oh, 1.2 million. Oh, okay, great. That's what we got. We need to go out and find out exactly what we can get for the amount of money that we're going to give them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I've been struggling with this. Mound House needs something. we need to do something for Mount House. 1991, it was a priority to county commission to build a community center in Mount House. As I said the other night out there, I know government works slow, but that's a bit ridiculous. So I would not be in favor of anything that zeroes out the money from Mount House. There are steps we can take. And, the Fernley Justice Court, when is that going to be completed? Do we have any idea?
So on the Fernley Justice Court, we have done some conceptual drawings and priced those out with the architect prior, because we figured that with what the Supreme Court did with their decision, and it wasn't their fault. The legislature changed the law and the Supreme Court said, well, now that you have that new law, this is what you have to do. And so we knew that that was next on our series of we have to get done. If you'll notice, our top 3 priorities of the county: District Court, Dayton Justice Court, Fernley Justice Court, because of these type of situations that have come up. And so we had been moving forward on that particular one. I had not heard, and one that I had this discussion, I hadn't heard of the concept of the Mountain House Community Center up until the ARPA funding became available. And then it's like, oh, we have all of these historical documents, which she was kind enough to provide. But no, staff have not had a chance to adequately vet that. All we can do at this point is say, here's how much it is a square foot. This is what we're looking at. We can give you a ballpark figure so we can start into the process. There is an option under the design build, and I need to double check because I think you need to be over $5 million on a project before you can use design build, which is what Commissioner Hockaday, I believe, was referring to, which is we have X dollars. What can you build us for X dollars? We kind of did that under the construction manager at risk at the Justice Complex. That was ugly.
Yeah.
That was very ugly. In fact, you will notice, I think we're 9 years down the road. 9 years later, we're still doing change orders because we weren't able to put in what we should have to put in. And I realize we're talking apples and oranges on facilities. I get that. And I'm not here to say defund the community center. I'm saying I don't have enough funding for the community center or all of these. Somewhere we have to figure out how to make it balanced so that we can actually fund whatever projects the board wants to move forward with this fund.
Okay, but that really wasn't my question.
I'm sorry.
My question is, do you have an idea on a completion date for the Fernley Justice Court?
So Fernley Justice Court, I would anticipate, because we have conceptual drawings, that we would be able to be finished with it somewhere between 2.5 to 3 years from when we start.
Right.
The process.
And
I base that off of the Dayton government complex. And it's actually probably a simpler one because you only have one department instead of 4 that you're working on, and you have an idea, kind of have fleshed out that already. So it may actually move faster. We may be 18 months to 2 years down the road.
Okay, and then let me ask you another question too. Has any of the money that we allocated in, what was it, June 14th, I believe it was? No, April 14th. We're not even June yet. April 14th. Has any of that money actually been spent or given to anybody?
I contacted everyone after I let the board know we needed to have another session and just let everyone know we're on hold.
Okay.
Don't spend a penny. I've got this. I have drafted up every sub-recipient agreement that needs to be drafted for all of these. Are sitting on my computer so that I can go through. And if the board approves, I can change the dollar amounts or leave them as is, and I can bring those back to the respective boards for approval.
Yeah.
So they're ready to go, but in answer to your question.
Yeah, because I mean, and I guess before I go to my next point, exactly, or ballpark, how much money are you looking for? Just a whack, 500,000, 600,000?
So I would say if we're taking a look at it, I'd need approximately $400,000 for the Fernley Justice Court. And I would say 30,000 for the tennis court. I would estimate somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000. I would say probably 500,000 for Mountain House Community Center, 30,000 for the asphalt at the fairgrounds, and 30,000 for the bucking chutes. And that would get us, if my math is correct, $990,000.
Okay. Because, I'm sorry. Yeah, because I mean, just look at this. Yeah, piggybacking on Commissioner Gray's, the motorcycles, yeah, those go away. Do we need to replace all the chairs at the community senior centers now? Can we deliver that? Do we need to give, can we pare a little bit of the ambulance money back? There's a lot of different options. I know I'm not ready to make a decision today, but there's all these things that we allocated that I think we can go back and look at and share the pain, as it were, to get to where you need to be. That's okay. I'll be quiet.
The booking shoots, nice to have. I know there's a liability issue. How often do we use them, really? And what is the benefit to the county?
So you use them approximately 4 to 5 times a year. The benefit to the county is you have to shut down the rodeo going forward if we don't have them and fence over that area, and it's no longer a rodeo at that point. And they should have been replaced probably 20 years ago. They're to the point that they are getting to be, and I don't want to say much on public record, but I have concerns about liability issues continuing to use these.
And Fernley Justice Court has firmly offered to put up any of their ARPA funds to help out with this, and they got way more than we did.
We haven't had that discussion at all, although we could certainly have that discussion. My understanding is that they had allocated most of theirs to the community center and asked us for our funding to supplement the community center funding. And so we can have those discussions, but we haven't.
Jeff Page, County Manager for the record. So I'm going to say some really unpopular things here and make a lot of people mad, including members of the board. So I'm just forewarning you, open communication here. I don't think the county should be supplanting any other special district or city with our funding. I've never agreed with it. I used to agree with it. And then Mr. Foley indicated to me about 20 years ago that the county has no legal authority over certain things, city and fire districts. I understand the fire districts as an example. I spent 44 years still active with Mason Valley. Actually went on an ambulance call for the first time in many, many years as a driver because we're short staffed. I understand their need and their want for ambulances. I don't have an issue with that. But the Board of County Commissioners need to take care of the constituents and the issues that are facing the county. Those fire districts that are asking for this, they have opportunities within their own budget to buckle down, tighten up, and do things differently from a fiscal perspective. We have laid off people, we have froze wages, we have done all those things to make ends meet. I'm not saying that they haven't been good stewards of their funding, but I think there's other opportunities. I have no issue with supporting the city Fernley Community Center from a philosophical perspective, as it helps the constituents of Fernley, which are also constituents of Lyon County. But why are we providing our fund? If we're gonna, why are we asking the city of Fernley to give us money for the justice court, and they're asking us for money, or we're asking them for money, or they're asking us for money for the community center? Call it a wash. Those are the hard discussions that we have to have. I realize this is no, to me, this is no different than the room tax board. We're talking a smaller pot of money, room tax board, but every time we have room tax board meeting, it's the same thing, right? Every entity comes in, they want this amount of money, and they find some way to split the maybe in half and give everybody a little bit of everything. Much easier to do when they're happy that they're getting what they're getting because they can do something with that money. What we're telling you is we cannot get to where you want to be with the funding that you've allocated for the project. So something has to go. And we're talking close to $1 million. So where do you go down that list and cut $1 million out? Mr. Henderson talked about the ambulances. Maybe we reduce Central Line, North Line's amount so it's even with Mason Valley, Smith Valley. Cut some of the city of Fernley's funding, cut some of the funding for engineering stuff to get us to that point. If the board is, and what I'm hearing is the board is intent on building a community center in Mount House. If that's the case, then we need to figure out where we get the funding to move this forward. Because my priorities, from an operational perspective, I got to do something for Dayton and Fernley courts, pronto tanto, before I wind up in litigation or from an order from the district court or the Supreme Court to get something done. I'd rather do it on our timetable and our way than have some, no disrespect to black robes, but some black robe who doesn't know how to design buildings. We've had that experience with the Justice Complex and doing it the right way. So tough decisions. There's no easy way of doing this, but we have to take a look at what we're doing. And where's the equity? You know, I'll be quite honest with you. 4 of you are from the north end of the county, and I have listened for 37 years to about how Yerington gets everything. Yerington doesn't have a community center. Smith Valley doesn't have a government-owned community center. And we've put a lot of effort and money in the last 5 years in the Central Lyon County Corridor. So there's an issue from citizens down here about, well, what about us? Why aren't we getting something? And so there's all those factors that you guys have to work under to try to figure out what's best. My suggestion is that you go back down through that list and where is it we can actually cut to get you, if you want to build the Mount House Community Center and take care of the front of Justice Court, those seem to be the 2 big priorities. How do we get there? Well, the tennis courts in Smith Valley, we either fix them or I'm going to issue a directive to Mr. Homestead to put a padlock on the gate. We don't want people in there. That's how they are. Somebody's gonna fall down and get hurt. I've already been in court numerous times over parking curbs, chips in the concrete with people falling down and getting injured. We need to reduce that as much as we possibly can. And the same thing with the bucking chutes. If we can't get the funding in place to address those, then I'm going to be issuing an order to Mr. Foley and the Fair Board. We're not using them until we can get them repaired. That's what we're from a fiscal point of view. Sorry.
One of my thoughts is,
Hey, Mr. Chair, I couldn't get it out of my mouth. Commissioner Jacobson has been trying to say something for at least 15 minutes. And instead of going back to him.
Okay, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Gray and Vice Chair Keller. Since we're speaking freely, well, why don't we ask then the city of Fernley for some money? I'll do that today if you'd like. So to say that we haven't even asked for their part, okay, well, let's ask them. They asked us. 2, as far as I know how grants work, when we threw $350,000 from the ARPA funds towards it, it actually goes a lot farther when you're asking for grants and the city, the county are all working together. So I would guarantee, probably make reason that, yeah, maybe they will chip in on the just court. Let's ask them.
Okay.
I'm not against the community center in Mound House. We don't even know how big it is. We've heard everything from 1,500 to 4,000 square feet. And we're making cuts and whatnot on a building that we don't even know the square footage of. And then we keep throwing out the size of square footage. All right, let's talk freely about that. As far as I know, the city of Yerington has a Mason Valley Boys and Girls Club that is used for community events all the time. So they do have a community center. So I guess I'm at a little bit of a loss here.
Well, that's not true. Yeah, the residents of Mason Valley and City of Yerington have the opportunities of Boys and Girls Club. They pay for it. The Boys and Girls Club doesn't give anything out for free.
We just gave the Mason Valley Boys and Girls Club some money to expand.
I understand, but they don't give it to the citizens for free. Every center that the county owns, people can utilize it because it's a government facility. My point is there are no government-owned community centers in the south end of the county. I'm just telling you what the public is complaining to me about regards to ARPA funding.
But there is, if we're going to compare apples to apples, there are other places in the Southern County where people can meet, they can do things, they can have. Yeah, I really disappointed for your energy on that. I'm sorry, I did not see your hand, but it's there is. I mean, for Mount House to do anything, the closest place they can go is probably Silver City, and that's not a very nice drive. And then if they go down to Dayton, and we're not dealing with a younger population. And where I was going to go a few minutes ago is we have this conversation with all of these entities sitting here a few weeks ago. I think we owe it to them. If we're going to start making cuts again and discussing cuts, we need to have all of those entities back here and do it again. And another workshop, I don't think we'll be out of order before we take any action.
Okay.
And that'll give residents of Mount House to talk, everybody that, that wanted something. And it may even give us time to sit down and figure out what the need is in Mount House and have a realistic idea of where to go and how much to cut or how much to add or whatever needs to be done.
Chairman Gray.
Mr. Buchanan.
I think I have to piggyback on that. When we ended up the ARPA fund day, it was late in the afternoon and all of a sudden we're cramming stuff into the last half hour. Kind of doing that here. It's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon and we're sitting here trying to discuss $1 million worth of expenses. And I don't think this is a good use of our time. I think we should get together and have a better presentation on where we need to go and what money has to be spent and what we really have available.
And on that note, I'm going to make a motion that we direct staff to schedule another ARPA workshop and that we can all get together on and invite the entities back so we can have an open public discussion with all of the entities involved.
So if I could just bring something up.
There we go. Wait for a second.
And a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Now
Can
we'll
I
be
ask
back
a
to
question
discussion. Yeah.
before he brings something up? So when you say bring the entities back, you want to go through another full day of presentations that we've already heard?
We don't know.
So we're exhausted at
we don't
5
have to
o'clock
have
and
the-
we do the same thing.
Well,
I don't want to repeat
We
what
don't
we,
have to have the entities back here physically, but I think they need to see the discussion and we don't have to have them do presentations. We've seen their presentations.
okay, well,
They
you didn't
demonstrated their
clarify, I'm
needs.
asking. I'm
Yeah,
not arguing,
no,
I'm
we do-
asking.
They need to be present for these discussions.
Okay,
At
but
least
you're
be
not
great.
asking for presentations.
No, but they need to be able to at least have their 3 minutes, public comment time and, I think we owe it to all of the entities involved.
Sorry, Josh.
So we have a motion and second, we're in discussion.
Mr. Chair, is there a time frame on that? Because another one of my concerns is making sure that we spend this by the grant deadline so that we actually are able to move forward. And when we're talking these large capital projects, that's a challenge. I mean, sometimes we can get it done in 2 years, sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 4. But the sooner we start on that, the less likely we are to get partway through a project. And we're not funded.
Doesn't have time, but whatever, whatever the board's pleasure is, it sounds pleasure.
And is this on a separate day than your normal meeting?
It should be a separate day, so it'll be, we'll just start the workshop again.
Just want to make sure we're all on the same page, and I apologize that I couldn't get us where we needed to be at the last meeting. And I apologize that we've had to bring up unpopular and politically charged issues. I don't like to do that to the board, but I didn't know what else. I don't know how else to get over.
Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I'm still a little, I'll just say confused that how we got down to the dollar where we needed to be with what we were provided, and now we're $1 million short. And I just, and I know costs have gone up, but it's still $1 million. It's way off of where, we thought we were dealing with.
And part of that is because the board realized we needed 2.2 million for the Fernley Justice Court and cut it down to 1.8. And I was being distracted by a grant applicant at that time and wasn't providing the proper feedback.
We were told, and I forget who it was, that could be made up elsewhere and where they could get by with that.
So the question was, can you use facility funds, court facility funds towards that? The answer is yes, but the full answer, which I didn't provide at that time, was it's already all allocated to another project that you're moving forward on. So,
But that could be delayed, you said, 4 or 6 months to make up that difference, correct?
it's actually a year because the funding comes in annually on that. It's not like we get incremental. No, it's gonna be.
Okay, Mr. Jacobson.
See, and Mr. Foley, your memory on that one is different than mine. I remember you telling us that you had already allocated that money to the Dayton Justice Court. So I think you'd already covered that. So I think you had already said it. And I would almost bet money on it.
Well, I think right now that we need to decide to have a workshop fairly soon, as quick as the staff could be prepared, like week after next, or the last week of the month, or
I would like
something
to do
such as
it
that.
the Friday following the next commission meeting.
Can't do that Friday.
Okay, but give me a date today.
How about the Wednesday before?
I can't do that.
Okay.
Monday, the 23rd.
Monday, the 23rd.
I'm good.
I'll make it happen.
How bad is our next agenda for the 19th looking?
I don't think you want to do that on a regular agenda day.
I agree.
And we're gonna be out of county seat. We'll
Oh,
be in-
that's true. Never mind.
Monday, the 23rd works for me.
So
We
we
got
got
four yeses up here on the Monday, the 23rd. What staff say?
Monday, 23rd looks good to me. Aaron, will that give us the time to
Yeah, I can do that one too.
properly notice?
That works.
Because I'm going to amend my motion to make it a date specific, Monday, the 23rd of May. Second, still stand?
Which one did you take? Had two.
Monday,
Yes.
the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay, any more board discussion? Staff? Okay, we're going to public comment now. I know there's a couple people itching to get up and make some comments, so please come up, state your name for the record and sign in.
Oh, Melinda Cash, Chairman, Mountain House Advisory Board. Sign in again. To set the record straight, first of all, we're asking for no more than a 1,500 square foot building. Which I had measured in Silver City, and that's approximately what they have. It works. It works for all their functions. It's a wonderful size. It would do well for us. We're also asking that it possibly be a engineered steel building, engineered metal, however you want to say that. That would greatly cut costs. It could be framed and sheetrocked on the inside, so it would look very nice. I have been making phone calls out there. I've made it to several, Bill Miles, Bruce Scott of RCI, and several others who felt that a modest engineered steel building built on that property should come below $1 million. And I'm just basing on what people are telling me. As far as the handicap parking, the ADA, whatever, I was also told you don't necessarily have to pave the whole parking lot. You do, I don't know, I'm not the expert in this area. But I was told that as long as we have paving at their parking spots and we have access to the building, that perhaps the rest could be gravel as a way. I mean, come on, we all have gravel in Mound House. So, I mean, perhaps that's another way to reduce costs. I'm at a problem in that the property is not properly zoned. It's RR2 right now. I don't know why it wasn't properly zoned back in 1991, but it wasn't. There are no CCNRs on that property. And so, it's a process of at least getting it zoned. We were told even today, until this property is funded, they're not going to do anything as far as helping us with zoning. That's what I was just told today. I'm sorry, but we asked, and that's what we were told today. When we came in, we asked. Okay, I hope that there's better information coming forward than what I've been told by the staff that helps the counter. I can only base it on that. I was also told until it's properly zoned, I can't go and get it, get the architecture, the engineer, the site planning and all that we can't even move forward on this. And if we can't get it properly zoned, guess what? This is moving forward. So anyhow, I just am trying to set the record straight, let you know why I can't bring you plans yet, because it's not zoned properly. It's got to be zoned properly before we can even consult with anybody.
Thank you. That's 3 minutes. And
Thank you.
I think we gotta get some clarification here by Andrew on who does what, when and how.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director. We've actually already started on the rezone on this. I've assigned it to Senior Planner Louis Carriola. So we've gone through the process. We pulled all the documentation. As Jeff mentioned, there was some early concern about CCNRs because the rest of the neighborhood does have CCNRs. However, they specifically left this property out of them. It's something I would recommend for this board, though, is to go and take a look at the property. I can give you the address if you want before the next meeting. It is in a residential neighborhood. It's at the been in a road on a residential neighborhood. So if you haven't been to the site, you might want to take a look at it before that, or we can even bring it up on Google Earth or something, but I would recommend that. And the master plan designation for it was already public facilities. We caught that in the 2020 master plan. So we will be rezoning it to public facility, which would be what would be required for this.
And, can you just clarify? So this will be a county building, so county will be the lead on it, but I know there is a lot of community support and they want to get involved. Like one of saying, people want to go out, get donations, get, services on it. How and when can we start? And I say we, because I'm going to be involved in that as well. How and when how do we stay out of hot water doing that?
The donation piece might be a little bit more of a question for Josh Foley. As far as the process.
When I say donation services,
Gotcha. Yeah, that still might be more of a question for Josh, and he can answer that. As far as the zoning and everything on the planning side, we'll handle that all in house. Like I said, it's already in process. So I don't know, if somebody at the counter maybe said that, it might just be because they weren't aware of conversations that we've had internally, and they've known that there's no application submitted when we're doing it internally. So the folks at the counter haven't seen the application.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Foley.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, for the record. What I would recommend is once the board has moved forward and come up with an architectural design and design the building, come up with the cost, that we refrain from fundraising until we get through that process so that we know if it's even feasible. I don't want to get to the point, and I realize some of the prices that she's getting quoted. My concern is when we take a look at government regulations and you toss in prevailing wage and all of those fun things that we get to deal with, that we end up with a project that we originally thought was X amount and it's Y amount, and we're short a bit of money, and we've collected $50,000 of donations from 100 different people, and then we have to try and give them back.
Like
if
that,
the
not
project
looking
doesn't
so
move
much for
forward.
cash donations, until we got the Cora, grants, but we're kicking a dead horse here. But I want to, can we sit down and at least have a discussion? And when I say we, I mean just the advisory board, maybe your office and community development, and figure out what the need is and come up with something, so we at least have some idea what this will look like, and everybody's on the same sheet of music, and so we're not,
So I have mixed feelings about that, not because Melinda's not a wonderful person. I have not had any issues dealing with Melinda, but truly all I need is a approximate square footage. And that's all I need. And we've discussed somewhere between 1,200 and 1,500 square feet. It sounds like 1,500 is the preferential. That's not hard to do the math. I go out to an architect and say, here we go. It's not, we can sit and have discussions about bells and whistles, but square footage really kind of drives this.
Okay, no, that's good. So if we've got to start moving, so the zone change and then up for engineering architecture. Okay, thank you.
Another option for the board, if they want to on this particular one, which I hadn't tossed out, is fund us with ARPA funds through the design and put $200,000 or $250,000 towards getting us to the point that we can go out to bid and then make a decision on whether you want additional funding to that project or not as an option. I did not come here to say, please don't build the community center. Commissioner Gray and I got into quite a discussion. He was very kind about it. About, Josh, will you give us a recommendation? I said, well, if I were keen for a day, this is what I would be doing, but I'm not keen for a day. You don't necessarily want my opinion. Jeff gave you some other options on options that you can look at to get there. You may not like those either. I get all of that, and I appreciate our Fernley commissioner being willing to talk to the city of Fernley. There are some wonderful people up there, and see where we go from here. But I just wanted to bring it up saying I can't get there. Please help me, and I'm not here to try and be upset with Mountain House in any way, shape, or form. They're good people.
Thank you, Josh. All right, any more public discussion or staff discussion? All right, I'm gonna call for the vote.
Can we talk if we're online? Public comment?
You need to identify yourself.
Lisa Tibbles, Lyon County Fair Board.
Okay, go ahead.
Just real quick, we were just notified that to put everything on hold. I'm kind of upset and shocked that this is moving like it is today. If we would have had some type of guidelines when we heard about this, then, I would have gone out and put the engineering cost into those projects that we had requested. I'm just hoping that you will still consider these two projects that need engineering. I'd hate to see that wonderful facility that's sitting in YERINGTON in Lyon County be, not be able to have any horse activity or rodeos or anything because of chutes that have been condemned. We will continue to fix them and get them passed. We hope that we can do that. But I just hope that you guys really look at this, because we were so excited that we were awarded this. That arena, that blacktop, it's been 1970 and we've never asked for anything. We've, watched our budget very tightly on every year for this. So I'm just frustrated, and I hope that you really will look at this. And like I said, I would have put those engineering costs in if I would have known that it had to be in there. And then we would have been able to give you a complete, better idea of what the cost would be. I mean, I just went out and hurried and got bids because we were just told of this at a very late time. So I just would hope that you would reconsider it, and that, we're not going to get cut. We would have been spending the money already. We were so excited. We've already got the bids for the concrete. It's under the amount. We could go with that tomorrow, and we could have that project done probably by next week. But now we're on hold. So just wanted to let you guys know that.
Thank you, Ms. Sibles. Any further public comment? Okay, no hands. All in favor of the motion on the table, setting a workshop for May 23rd, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to, we're gonna go back to planning, item 15B. Possible action on Cause Development, Nevada, tentative subdivision map, request for the Cause Development, Nevada for a tentative subdivision map to create 32 single-family residential dwelling units, townhomes, with 7 common areas parcels. Okay. Within a 4.38 acre portion with a 9.37 acre remainder parcel on a 13.75 acre parcel within the RMU residential mixed-use zoning district, generally located between Halite Drive and Northgate Drive, Dayton Village Parkway, Dayton, Nevada. Again, 029-761-01 PLZ 2022-128. And I'm assuming Rob Pizell is going to come up.
Yeah, for the record, Rob Pizell, Senior Planner, Lyon County Community Development Department. This is a request to create a 32 single-family residential dwelling units in the form of townhomes and 7 common area parcels within a 4.38 acre portion of a 13.75 acre parcel located within an area that is zoned rural mixed use zoning district. It's located between Halite Drive and Northgate Drive, Dayton Village Parkway within Dayton. We do have a PowerPoint presentation as well, but if we're going to go with the staff report, we can do that too. Hang on just a sec.
I'm sorry, Jeff, what did you say?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay, he's bringing it up.
Okay.
Can you see it, Rob?
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead on to the next slide, please. Thank you. Again, just a description on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side is detail from the county's GIS showing you where the 13-acre parcel is in orange, outlined in white. And then the 4.38 acre site is outlined in red. It's located in the southeast portion of the parcel. Again, it's located between Halite Drive and Northgate Drive, Dayton Village Parkway, and Dayton. You can see access to US 50 will be from Retail Road that connects on up into the parcel itself, and then Northgate Drive and Dayton Village Parkway that'll go on out to Fortune Drive. Next slide, please. Thank you. Again, the property owner for the entire site is La Casa Development, Nevada. As you may recall, they've acquired the properties to the lower left of the subject site itself, outlined in the assessor's parcel information. They're currently developing attainable housing in several forms, from detached single-family residential dwelling units on individual lots to multifamily development adjacent to the storage unit directly below the subject parcel. And then a townhome development located in that, again, the southern portion of the existing parcel. Next slide, please. Thank you. Again, just showing the general outline of the existing parcel we're discussing, and then the streetway connection leading to the subject site itself. Again, the major access out will be to the north and to the south. Sorry, next slide. Again, just a visual showing where it is relative to the existing developments. Again, off to the left, lower left on the map on the right, you can see some of the existing single-family development that the applicant has already developed. The storage units, which will directly abut the development site itself. And then off to the upper left and north, the existing duplexes and developments that abut the property itself. Next slide, please. Again, just a little closer detail in. From this, you can see there's no geographic features or drainage features within the boundaries of the project that could preclude development. Again, this area was graded previously prior to the Great Recession in 2008 through 2012, with some rough building pads graded out, a rough street pattern, and then some incomplete storm drainage features. The site itself is relatively flat with regards to the mass grading. However, with some of the previous developments, there is a storm drainage detention pond on the property. It's outlined in red off to the right. Next slide, please. The subject site is located in an area that has a floodplain designation of X unshaded. Next slide. And it is located within the service area of Lyon County Utilities Department for both sewer and water services. The next slide will show you the existing infrastructure in dark blue and the infrastructure that is under construction with some of the previously approved developments. Again, just showing the points of connection to the subject site itself. The next slide will show the sewer system existing and under development now, and its connection to the existing subject site. The existing surrounding zoning districts are shown on this detail. Again, a mixture of NR2 to the upper left where the existing duplexes are, NR2 to the upper right, C2 closer into the US 50, and then some of the existing remaining RMU zoning, and then the applicant's development for detached single family in the NR1 area. Again, that does show that it is compatible with the existing surrounding uses. Under the RMU zoning district, it allows for a wide mixture of different housing types, again, to develop some higher density residential areas, again, in the suburban development areas within the county itself. And certainly, as you can see highlighted in yellow off to the right within the table, the detail from the table, townhouses are allowed. It is considered a multifamily type of development because there are multiple units connected to each other. They will share a common wall in this particular development as opposed to standalone units. Go ahead with the next slide, please. And here you see the tentative map itself. Again, 32 individual lots, 7 common areas within a 4.38 acre parcel. There will be a remainder 9.37 parcel that is part of this tentative map as well. Next slide, please. This details really the breakdown of the usable area within the individual lots themselves. The yellow areas will be areas maintained by the homeowners association, but will include improvements, essentially driveways and front yards. The lighter blue areas will be the actual residential dwelling units themselves. The darker blue will be the rear yards of the individual units. The green areas will be common open areas that have landscaping. And then the larger green area off to the right is the area where the existing storm drainage detention facility is located. The table does break down the some of the land uses within, but here you have a conceptual of the proposed developments themselves. Again, a lot of articulation within the buildings themselves. They won't be plain flat buildings by any means. They will include garage areas as well as driveways to allow for adequate parking. And again, a mixture of different types of units. Next slide, please. Another detail showing the architectural standards as well as some of the usable areas within the individual parcels themselves. Again, showing the backyards areas as well as the side and some of the architectural features. We do want to note that at the April 12th Planning Commission meeting, the Commission did vote unanimously 7-0 to forward a recommendation of approval. Again, this was based on the findings and the recommended conditions of approval, which are included in your staff report. And with that, we'll try to answer any questions. There is a representative. I believe Eddie Holt is still in the audience. And together we'll try and answer any questions you have.
Board, any questions?
I move to approve the La Casa Development Nevada tentative subdivision map for Gold Country Estates Phase 5 as presented with all findings A through L and conditions 1 through 27.
Second.
Any discussion? I got a quick one based on the housing market, and we were here at Tangible Housing. What are you looking at? Do you think your sales prices are going to range in on this?
This phase 5 is just like our phase 2B that you guys approved a couple of years ago we've built. These will be a little bit touch larger. Some will have 2-car garages rather than just one, so 1s and 2s. A little bit more, a good, nice property. The market right now, I'm trying to keep it at 10% of the market still, like I did the rest of the houses. So, example right now, you're building about 265 foot of sale price in Dayton for a 1,500 square foot home. So we're trying to bring 10% to $25, $26 off the top of that. We'll sell them for about $230 a foot. Okay. And what it is a step up program. Real quick, is that it's people that we send to mortgage brokers and stuff. If they can qualify for a market rate house, they can't buy ours. They have to basically have a sorry, can't make this mortgage or can't make this mortgage for the side of your family. Go see Eddie. And what happens, we make a deal with a 3-year deed restriction on it. What it does is it's people that can't buy a normal market rate house in there for 3 years. If they don't stay 3 years, they lose part of the equity we give them. Is I get a first right refusal to buy back. It's happened 3 times in the first 70 houses we built. It's been very successful. Just had the first person sell the first one after the 3-year deed restriction. Then they walked away with $125,000 with normal appreciation. So they're able to go off and buy a nice place where they want to live. And I got now a new house for someone to step up to. So it's a program that I found in Texas and South Carolina that's working really well for Dayton.
No, and I do got to tell you, I drove through the other day just to get a look, and I know this was going to come up and see how it was faring, and neighborhood looks pretty good. I mean, it's it's a good area for it. So,
thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right. Any public comment, online or in person? You get down to this one easy, Eddie. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the button now. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Passes 5-1.
Thank you guys.
See, it was worth the wait.
Okay, moving on, item 68, possible action. Approve a resolution in support of Nevada wildfire awareness in Lyon County Board of County Commissioners. Proclaim the period of May to October 2022 as the Nevada Wildfire Awareness Campaign. And this year's banner theme is Battle Born Wildfire Ready. And, I'm just gonna throw this out there. Anybody want to make a motion of this? Move to approve. Second. Any discussion in the board? Saying no discussion, any public comment? Gonna take a vote, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. 16A is closed. Item 16D, possible action, adopt a resolution declaring May as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month in Lyon County. Throw this again out there. So much discussion. Is there a motion on the table?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve resolution 22-05 proclaiming May as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month in Lyon County.
Second. Guy in a Harley jacket would do that. We have a motion and a second. Any board discussion? Any staff or public comment?
Does that mean they're gonna fix the oil pans on Harley so they'll leak all that way?
Unfortunately, they'll never fix that.
No one
Okay, seeing no other further comment, that was relevant. I appreciate that. I'll take the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
Just one comment, if I may, Mr. Chair.
You just blew your time for comment.
All right, look, I'm taking it back. I appreciate you guys passing this. This is very important. There are a lot of motorcycles out there. Please be careful because the life you save might be mine.
Oh, let's take the resolution back.
In that case,
Or Dave's. All right.
Or even a BMW rider.
Okay. Item
least they'll make it
16D,
there.
possible action discussing provide direction to county manager in regards to developing a BDR for the 2023 legislature, which may include discussion on possible. And to split that one, topics for BDR. Direction to staff to research and come back with information related to a possible BDR and input from the public on possible topics for BDR. The board may direct staff to prepare a resolution and bring back to the board for further consideration. And discussion? Anybody got any ideas?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may. Obviously, we have had a lot of discussion about justice complexes and the needs that we have as a result of legislative and or Supreme Court action. I think we need to look at maybe doing something like that. I know NACO was talking about that as well. But, we're getting all these unfunded mandates that are limiting our ability to provide services for law-abiding citizens because we're spending all our money on people that break the law. And legislature wants to dictate that, and they should help pay for it.
Like do a BDR for a bus ticket program? Mr. Jacobson.
I agree with Commissioner Henderson, Chairman Gray. I came down to that AAR, the ARPA fund meeting, AARP, that's how old I feel today.
That's how long we've been here.
The ARPA funding meeting, and truthfully, the Friendly Justice Court wasn't even on my radar till I got here. And then I found out it was a priority, and that shifted a lot of where I'd planned money to go and whatnot. So I agree. I think that if we're getting these mandates that are causing fiscal stressors elsewhere around the county, and we're getting these, we continue to get mandates from the state legislature and government that this might be something that we would look into.
Thank you. They do, the legislature does tell us they don't pass on mandates anymore.
Yeah, right.
You believe that? I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you. All righty. Do you have anything, Mr. Page?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay, going back to community development. Item 18A, possible action. You know what? I'm gonna call for a quick 5-minute break before we get into 18A. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't sit in the
Yeah. My tirade. Hey, Greg. Cheers. Strict time. I was doing pretty good till. Wait a minute. Really not big. At any rate, I'm good. Thank you.
Peace offering.
Hey, Rob. Hey, I'm sorry. I know I acknowledged you earlier and then I got off and I talked to you behind my, I'm sorry, throw something next time. I'm not, you're the last guy. I would ignore. You scare me. You're bigger than me.
Oh, unless you know who's gonna want to vote, that'd be good to have too.
What are you mumbling about over there? I even got my hearing aids and I can't understand you. We're calling the meeting back to order. Item 18A. Propose the Lyon County Code amendment Title 15. Yeah, Title 15 to amend the Lyon County Code, Title 15, Lyon County Land Use and Development Code, Chapters 15.320, Section 3, Table 15.320-1, Chapter 15.332, Section 3, Table 15.320-5, Chapter 15.336, Section 3, Table 15.336-1, Chapter 15.336, Section 4, and Chapter 15.120, Section 4, to define and allow for private use airfields and general aviation reports and other matters pertaining thereto. Hope everybody got that. There will be a test. Who wants to start on this one?
I'll take the lead on this one. Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director. So I'll run through this pretty quick because I know it's been a long day. So I'll provide a little bit of background. Title 10 previously allowed for the development of both private and general aviation airports, subject to a conditional use permit. When Title 15 was adopted, it does not address airports, so they're actually not even a permitted use in Lyon County. So we discovered this. Commissioner Henderson had requested an ordinance, which is also on the agenda today to that. But as part of doing the research for that ordinance, so we realized that it wasn't an allowable use. So all the existing airports in the county are considered non-conforming and cannot be expanded at this time. So the proposed ordinance defines and allows both private and general aviation airports in Title 15, subject to a conditional use permit, just as it was in Title 10. It modifies the land use table in 15.320.1 to allow private airports in the following zoning districts, subject to a conditional use permit. So they would be allowed in RR20, RR10, agricultural, non-irrigated agricultural, resource land, and tourist commercial. It also modifies the land use table in 15.320.5 to allow general aviation airports and public facility zoning, subject again to a conditional use permit. Here's the language. This adds some definitions as to what a private use airfield is. You can see that. I can read through it if you like, or like I said, it's been kind of a long day, so I know this was provided in the backup as well. Same with general aviation airports. It provides the definition for general aviation airport. As you can see there. Here's is table 15.320.1. You can see this is for the private use airports, and it adds them as conditional use permit or conditional use allowable per a conditional use permit in those areas that I already mentioned. Same with 15.320.5 general aviation airports. It puts it in the public facility table. With that, I will answer any questions. I do want to mention that the Planning Commission forwarded a recommendation 7-0 to approve the ordinance. So we're looking for somebody to propose it.
I've got a question. I just got a question. I'll be happy to do that when we get there, but the zoning that you listed in there that is to apply to, does that include, is the Dayton Air Park in that zoning?
To be honest, I'd have to check.
I want to make sure we include them because they can have an airstrip.
Yeah, absolutely. To be honest, I'd have to check. I believe that was a part of it. Rob Pizell raised his hand, I see on Zoom, so I think he has an answer to that.
That's correct. For the record, Rob Pizell, Senior Planner. I believe the staff report includes a table that lists the existing airports and the current zoning. And in regards to airports, the Dayton Air Park is on a piece of property that's actually zoned ME, Industrial Estates. So at this point, all of the airports, as Andrew said, would be considered non-conforming uses. With the adoption of this code, all of the airports, with the exception, I believe, of the Dayton Airstrip, would be conforming. But the Dayton Airstrip itself, I believe, would have to go through a conditional use permit for any expansion or extension of the existing use as a non-conforming use allowed under Title 15. And the table with the zoning breakouts is page 259 of the Board of Commissioners packet.
So to answer the question, it does not include the zoning for the Dayton Airport.
That just seems like a glaring oversight to me.
So let's go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, actually, no. Typically airports are not considered an industrial use. There's no actual industrial component of an airport. It's more of a public facility, or in the case of a private use airport or airstrip, it's a recreational use. In all of my years of working in planning, it's never been considered an industrial use. And for that reason, we've continued that process. You'll note that both Silver Springs is the other one that's non-conforming at this point in time per the table. They're currently zoned M1. At some point in time, I believe we will start the process of rezoning the Silver Springs Airport to PF. Again, looking at what the master plan has for that airport to eventually develop into.
Yeah, and the reason for that is typically industrial lots are also
smaller, too small to fit in an airport. So if you look at the zoning that we do have in here, those are typically larger lot sizes. So it really wouldn't change a whole lot other than it would remain a non-conforming use, but they would still have to apply for a conditional use permit anyway for expansion under this ordinance. So.
Okay, but they, just to make sure we're clear, they're not considered a private airport, they're considered general aviation.
I think under our definition, no, they would be considered a private airstrip.
Again, and for the record, Rob Bizel, Senior Planner, the NDOT classification for the airstrip is also as a private or backcountry use.
I'm not sure that's right. I'm gonna
That is directly where we got the information from.
address that.
Okay.
I have a question.
Okay.
So is it possible to add a zoning classification under industrial of a certain acreage or larger to address that? You said typically we don't do industrial because there's smaller lots. But obviously these two airports exist on industrial property, both Silver Springs and Dayton.
So, and I'll clarify that a little bit. Rob also pointed out that typically they're not considered a use in industrial use. We can certainly add, this can be modified. So we can certainly add it in if that's the direction that the board would like to go. But,
one alternative the property owners may want to look at is again rezone the property to allow for that use subject to a conditional use permit. Again, I think as the county being the property owner for the Silver Springs Airport, we would eventually want to rezone that property to PF. It allows for much the type of uses that we're foreseeing occurring at the Silver Springs Airport, as opposed to an industrial zoning district. With regards to the Dayton airstrip, again, it's abutting a residential area. It is a private use for a homeowners association. And I think certainly the staff believes findings could be made to support a rezoning of the parcel that the airstrip is on to a use that certainly supports the continued use of the airport versus a non-conforming use, as opposed to allowing for airstrips or airports in industrial zoning districts. But again, that's just staff's recommendation at this point.
Yeah.
So what was your recommendation on the Silver Springs to what now?
public facilities. PF, public
Oh,
facilities.
I thought he said EF. I was trying to figure out what that was.
No.
Okay, so public facilities. Okay, well, that would make sense for that one, but that still doesn't address Dayton.
Yeah, and I'm confused because the people that have the airport say it's not private, we're saying it's private. I think that question needs to be answered. Because other people besides that live there can land there.
So it's privately owned though. So
Privately owned, public use.
So
What if it's privately owned, public use? So I fly in out of Carson Line. What if I decided to fly into Dayton, park the aircraft there? Is there an apron somewhere it can be tied down to so I can go run errands or? Because earlier, and that's one, well, that's one thing I heard earlier as well. It's only access, it's from the air. So to me, that tells me that I can only go in and out via air. So. Okay.
There are some.
Okay, that's okay.
There are some airports that are private that you have to call.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I didn't know where you.
Mr. Chair.
That's not.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I got up on that, so directed it. Okay. Sorry.
I'm ready to answer any more questions, or we can, if there's a motion that amends this, or.
So
I'm confused.
talking about two airports now. So if we go to the public use on Silver Springs, is that going to change any of their plans moving forward on stuff they've been working on?
I'd have to have a sit down and have discussion with them. I don't know.
So I would recommend that we don't even propose this today until we get some answers.
Yeah. I'm sitting here looking at this saying we have airports that have been here for a long time, and now we're going to change the ordinance and say, well, we forgot something and we need to maybe have you guys do something to apply for a special use permit or whatever. I don't know. I don't get it how we can change something and leave other things out of it.
And if I may, I like to see something addressed to, make sure that it's identified as a privately owned public use air thing.
So may I ask a question? If I can have, who is the president of the HOA still here?
Yes.
Can you come up to the podium, please? Sorry, just so we have it on the record and it's recorded. So, okay. So the question I have is, it's privately owned public use. Who gives it the authority to have a public use, and can that authority be taken away?
It cannot be taken away.
Why?
We can change it.
Okay, so the homeowner association has the ability to say, okay, we no longer want this to be a public use airport. Okay, that's just so we have clarification in the future when we're working on this, we understand what, because I don't have that right with airport in Silver Springs. It's a public use airport, period.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Pezzo, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to point out that what we use to differentiate between private use and general was based on the Nevada Department of Transportation. It's under the definitions, Nevada Department of Transportation, Airport and Heliport System Plan. It designates two different types. One is a general, which we include in the definition of a general aviation airport. And the other is either an access or a backcountry role as defined in the plan by NDOT, and that's for private use.
Okay, let's hold the discussion now, please. That's what he's using. Okay, do we have any further board discussion?
Needs more work.
Okay, so looks like we're looking for a motion and continue this.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue item 18A for further staff review.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any public comment? If you could, please, if you're going to make comment, please line up along the wall over there so we know how many people to expect. And 3 minutes as soon as you are ready.
Ready. Okay, I'm speaking on as a conservative American. I'm speaking as someone who is in favor of limited government. I know that a lot of the people that I'm voting for this year are part of what they say they believe in is limited government. This appears to be something that's gone on for years that hasn't made a difference being government regulated or certified. And my question is, why is that necessary? And what would you say to persuade me that we need to have additional government authority over private property?
Can I use the balance of her 3 minutes and mine?
No, sorry. Appreciate it.
Okay, my name is Russ Wright. I live in Dayton. It appears to me that this issue was brought about by a couple of guys who don't play well with others in an argument they're having with the homeowners association that is trying to achieve a certain degree of access to the airport that has existed. So now we're generating an ordinance that's going to regulate airports, except the two airports that we have had for a long time. So it seems to me like we're building a pig pen because we just bought a herd of sheep. It seems to me the suggestion that we do some further research to include at least the two airports that already exist and have solved some of the problems they have, and somehow include the two guys that can't play well together.
Thank you, sir.
Sandra Duncan, Dayton Valley Airport. We're in favor of airport zoning. We just think that the definitions of the airports are incorrect. And I've read through the part that Mr. Keisel is referring to from the state of Nevada. A general classification under the Nevada system is absolutely not the same as general aviation. General aviation means everything that's not commercial aviation. The system for the state of Nevada is very unusual. But further, you're saying that Dayton is a private use airport. The state document only says we're privately owned. It doesn't say we're private use. The Lyon County Master Plan land use map shows that we are public, quasi-public, because somebody here at the county decided that based upon the fact that we are public use and have been public use since at least 1986. It's in the Herman Valley Range Agreement, as far as I know. It's always been planned that way. We just feel that we're being misclassified by putting us in this private group, and that we're not sure what the classification should be, but Dayton Valley should be in something more similar to what Silver Springs is. Admittedly, all these classifications are extremely difficult to understand, but it seems that Lyon County is trying to develop their own new separate definitions. And we are also a community service airport, not a recreational airport. And as we've pointed out to the council several times in the past, we provide many community services, including search and rescue, fire operations, emergency services. We could even be used for emergencies if the boot goes out. Thank you.
Record Laura Starkey, board member at the Dayton Airport HOA and also resident at 313 Yeager Court. To go on with what Sandy was saying, we are a public use airport. We have the Navy coming by and doing exercises out there sometimes. We have, in the 4 years that I've lived there, I've seen us support fire suppression activities with the helicopters. I have also seen there was a Mayday of a medevac from, I believe it was YERINGTON, that was going over to Reno. They called a Mayday. They landed at our airport. They landed right basically about where our backyard is. It's just a good couple hundred yards from our backyard. And we had an ambulance come across our neighbors and our property to get up onto the taxiways to transport a patient that they had in there that they were taking care of. We enjoy being a public use airport and providing services to our community. And we do not want to limit that. We do not want to require you set, if we're labeled as a private airport, we cannot have people dropping in and coming and seeing us whenever they want. They have to have permission to come in there. We don't want that. We don't want to limit our airport like that. And yes, we own it. It's owned by the HOA, but we're opening our airport up to the community. And I think that that's an asset to the community and not something that should be limited. So please consider rewording the definitions to include Dayton Valley as a public airport and to continue that. Thank you for your time.
I'm Bob Scholes again. I think there's an opportunity here to continue this. Give the staff, I got a copy of the information just like less than a week ago. We didn't see the agenda until 2 or 3 days ago. And it seems to me that we need to sit down so that the staff and ourselves at least, and maybe some people from Silver Springs can review what's going on, come up with the language that will work. It seems to me like this dispute with the clear zones, there's an opportunity here, particularly on under 18B, to resolve the thing and not have to work with it again. And so I suggest you continue it, instruct the staff to work with interested parties. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Looks like we've got Rob up again.
Yes, again, for the record, Rob Pizell, Senior Planner. I've pulled up the Nevada Airport and Heliport System Plan, showing the designations of the different airports throughout the state. If you'd like me to display, I can show you the information that we pulled from that plan to use in the description of the airports in the proposed code amendment. With regards to the statement that it appears that this is initiated by the Hangar discussion, I want to clarify that is not. What we found was in Title 10, there was the allowance for airports within certain zoning districts, subject to the approval of a special use permit. That use did not translate over with the adoption of Title 15, so we're correcting an error. We recognize that private use airstrips and general aviation airstrips are something that the county does want to encourage and not prohibit, but there needs to be a mechanism by which they're reviewed and approved, and any potential impacts to adjoining property owners is mitigated. And that's why we continued the conditional use permit requirement. With regard to, again, the Silver Springs, I think, we pretty much addressed that. Again, the county will most undoubtedly be pursuing a rezoning of the property to PF. The PF zoning district, again, I think would allow a lot of the type of development that's being proposed as part of the Silver Springs Airport Master Plan. With regards to Dayton Airstrip specifically, again, I think a rezoning of the property to one of the zoning districts that would allow airstrips under the proposed amendment would occur. We are not in this discussion describing one or the other as restricting it in any means. We're just utilizing the Nevada Airport and Heliport plan as a basis to determine designation between private use versus general aviation. Again, I think the long-term plans for Silver Springs are somewhat different from the long-term plans from Dayton, but there's a mechanism through the conditional use permit that we would be able to address that. Again, if you'd like me to demonstrate where we pulled the definition of the airports under the state plan, we can do that. If not, I'll just be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Holy, you're gonna be quiet?
I caught that too.
We vote. Jeff Page, County Medical Record. Just I want to clarify some specific history since Rob brought it up. So none of you recall because you were either in between terms or weren't on the board when we started the Title 15 process. There were a number of things that the board decided then not to address: mining, transfer development rights, airport overlays. Title 10, the language you have today, this isn't something new. What's in the language today came directly from the old Title 10 that addressed what Rob brought up. I'm not saying it's right, not saying it's perfect, but that's where it came from. So it wasn't something new. No, we weren't trying to build a pig pen for sheep. We were following what we had initiated from the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, and county code to what's being here today. Loud and clear that the board doesn't want to propose, they want some further discussion and information. We're more than happy to do that for you. I'll turn it over to Andrew because you got some more.
I do want to also throw out that Andrew Haskin, County Community Development Director for the record. We actually did run the definitions and language by Armstrong Consultants, who is our airport consultant, and they didn't have any comments on the definitions. So, again, we can certainly pull this back and take another look at it. But the whole intent is to make airports an allowable use, because currently they're not. So.
Okay. Mr. Jacobson.
Just a comment and observation. It sounds like we should be appreciative of the fact that the airport in Dayton can be used by the public. But the other thing I've noticed today is everything that's been said has not made any of them happy. So I don't know where to go from here. So I look forward to our next communication.
Thank you. Any other comment?
Yeah, just a correction. Mr. Page, I was here when we started Title 15.
I know, but we made the final decision.
Oh, the final decision?
Correction,
Yeah.
Mr. Page, I was here when we made the final decision.
I blame him every day. Don't take that away from him, please.
Anyway, all right, I am going to call for the vote. All in favor of the motion on the table signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Mr. District Attorney, you are on the docket. 19A.
Got 18B.
18B.
Why did I already have it crossed off? I was trying to.
I'll be really quick on this one.
All right, go ahead. Let me read it in the record real quick. 18B, propose a Lyon County Code amendment for Title 15 to amend Lyon County Code Title 15 to add Chapter 15.212 Airport Influence areas to identify when construction, new development, or alteration of existing development requires identification of potential navigation hazards on properties located within airport influence areas as identified in the Lyon County Master Plan.
Andrew Haskin, Lyon County Community Development Director for the record. Airports are not an allowable use under Title 15, so we cannot enact this one at this time.
I'm just gonna ask you, so
There
this
we
one's
go.
getting continued as well.
So if we can make a motion, to continue that.
Mr. Chair, I move that we continue item 18B and direct staff to do further research.
We have a second,
Second.
public comment. Staff, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, now we'll go on to this attorney possible action, recognize, and I've been waiting for this one all day. And I know we've had Shelby Riley on the line all day too. Recognize May 2022 as Foster Care Awareness Month in Lyon County and approve a proclamation establishing May 2022 as Foster Care Awareness Month in Lyon County.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
for
Chair.
it.
Board, Steve Rye, Lyon County District Attorney, and I'm just bringing this forward today on behalf of a number of agencies in the county and the state. And as you mentioned on the phone, on the Zoom today is Shelby Riley. You can see her there. She's been waiting patiently for this item. And she has a brief presentation. I'll let her introduce herself fully, but she's the rural foster care recruiter with the Division of Child and Family Services. So Shelby, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
And
so-
Shelby, you can share your, whatever you need to show.
Awesome.
All right, so I'll turn it over to Shelby.
Okay, you guys can see my presentation okay here.
No, there we go.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to your meeting today. Like Steve had mentioned, my name is Shelby Riley, and I am the foster care recruiter for rural Nevada. So I find foster homes in our 15 rural counties, which is all of the blue highlighted area you see on the screen. So I have a lot of area to cover. So I just kind of wanted to give a brief presentation on really what's going on in the foster care system, how we find foster homes, and what that need looks like and what we're doing to meet that need. So I will just kind of start with the basics on really how do we find a foster home or a place for a foster child to go. So when a child is a foster child or admitted into state custody because some kind of abuse or neglect is going on in their own home, we have a hierarchy on our preferences for where that child should go. The first step is that we're going to see if we can keep that child in their home. If that means that someone is moving in the home full time, if someone is moving out of the home, whatever we can do to maintain that child's normalcy in their world. If that's not possible, the next thing we're going to consider are local blood relatives. So any blood relatives that live within the state of Nevada. If that's not a possibility, we'll look at fictive kin, which is our chosen family, our friends, our neighbors, our teachers, our coaches, our mentors, anyone in that child's world that is willing to step up and be a placement for that child during their time of crisis. Sometimes our kiddos don't have anyone in their world to step up and be that temporary home. And so in those cases, we look at our licensed foster homes. These are families within our communities that have stepped up to provide a temporary safe place for children while they are in the foster system. Sometimes we don't have enough foster homes in any given community or for a certain age range or set of needs or sibling set. And so if that's the case, the next thing we're going to consider are licensed group homes. We currently have one group home in the rural region of Nevada, and that's Austin's House in Carson City. Now, group homes have more beds, so that's always better, but that's not necessarily to say that it's always the best for our youth. Group homes really are functioning off of the mentality on what's in the best interest of everyone in the facility versus on what's in the best interest of that child and meeting those individual needs. So for a brief example, a child who's a teenager living in Austin's house, they might not have the ability to do some of those normal age appropriate things like finding a job, being able to be in after school programs, being able to go to football games on the weekends. And those are because that the staff has to prioritize the staff ratio, the routine, and everything that's in the best interest of that facility. So the more that we can get children into family foster homes that are able to meet their individual and specific needs is what we'll always strive for. So I bring all of this up because it's super important to know that children that are removed from their homes see that as a very traumatic experience. Sometimes children perceive being removed from their homes as more traumatic than the actual abuse or neglect going on inside their home. And that's because that's likely their normal and what they know is their normal. So to combat that trauma, we try to maintain that child's world as much as possible, whether that's keeping them in their same schools, in their same neighborhood, keeping them connected to their important relatives during this time. That is what we want to prioritize for our youth. And that really can only happen if we have enough providers in any given area. Some other things that we consider when we place a child, again, is if that home is in that child's original community, if that home has enough space for their siblings and if they can be placed together. If that can't happen, what arrangements are we going to make sure that siblings are going to have regular contact through this time? We're also going to see and assess if the resource or the placement has the resources to meet those social, emotional, and physical needs of that child. And it ensures that child's not going to have to bounce from home to home. We could have very well-meaning relatives that want to step up to be some placement, but maybe they don't have all of the resources to make sure that's going to be a sustainable option. And that's something that we take really seriously as well, because we don't want children to continue to bounce from home to home and continue that trauma. And lastly, we also consider if that child is of Native American descent or is registered with a federally recognized tribe. Under the Indian Child Welfare Act, tribes have a say into the placement decision of any given child in their tribe. And it's very important that we prioritize that role and say that their tribe has. I'm just going to share a little bit of our numbers of foster care in the area. So we have a total of 9 foster homes in Lyon County. That includes Fernley, Yerington, Dayton. We don't have any in Silver Springs, but across all of those areas, we have about 9 homes. Of those 9 homes, there's vacancies for 5 children in various homes. So there might be 1 spot in one home, there might be another 2 spots in another home. So this is very sparse for us, and we have to be making sure that we have a variety of spaces open for a variety of ages and needs and sibling sets. We also have 2 advanced foster homes, which are designed to care for children that have more higher behavioral needs. We don't have any emergency or group home shelters in Lyon County. Again, if we're able to utilize Austin's house in that situation in Carson City, we do. But that means that our Lyon County children are ultimately leaving their community. And so if we can avoid that, we want to do that. As of April, there was 396 children in the rural region for foster care, and that's 4,042 statewide. These numbers change daily, and I would guess it's probably over 400 right now. In 2021, 2,849 Nevada children were discharged from foster care statewide. So that's including Clark and Washoe. About 57% of those children were successfully reunified with one of their parents. And about 34% of those children were adopted or entered into a guardianship. The remaining 9% account for other ways that children that can exit the foster care system, including aging out of the system, running away, and unfortunately, as a very small percentage can count for child mortality. So we want to focus on that 9%. Every child in foster care should be achieving permanency in some way. And we want to make sure they're not lingering in the foster care system and that they're going to achieve that goal. When we don't have enough foster homes in any given rural Nevada community, again, our children have to go 10, 20, sometimes over 100 miles away from where they live. And we see many poor outcomes from these situations. We see these children just start to decline in school. They start to decline in behavior and socializing because they're not able to cope with all of the change. Their mental health starts to decline. Chances of successfully reunifying their families when they are so far away is compromised. Maintaining a safe place to stay and making sure that they don't disrupt their placements. They're also more at risk to run away, experience issue with substance abuse, drop out of high school, be exploited for sex trafficking, and age out of foster care. So again, really every poor outcome we see when we continue to traumatize these children and we don't make an effort to keep them in their same communities where they have that familiar support network around them. So from there, once children enter the foster care system, we are wrapping their families around with services that help rebuild their families. So that includes our social workers, our supportive services and charity, education, mental health services, substance abuse services, legal services, whatever it really is that is needed to ensure that this family can be safe. Foster parents are also a vital member of our child welfare team, and we see them as vital members to help with reunification. They're just as important as our therapists, as our social workers, and all of our supportive team. And that's really because when foster families and bio families are able to form a strong working relationship, we see a lot of good things. We first see that it helps bio families buy into the process with child welfare. Foster families are kind of the closest thing we can get to an informal support in this whole kind of network of supports throughout the child welfare team. So foster families not only have the potential to be a support during that time during their case, but they can be a lifelong support and mentor to that family. It helps again, build lifelong supports for that family. It can be the access that families may have to, finding that church or supportive group in their life that really keeps them thriving. It also gives children the space to process their trauma freely. If we have everyone on the same page that we are going towards a goal of reunification, that child doesn't have to feel like they divide their love between their foster family and their bio family. This overall reduces the trauma impacted on our children because they don't have to go through the drama of who to choose between, and they can more so focus on healing and having their foster families help heal their issues with their bio family. Becoming a foster parent in rural Nevada is never been easier. You can now apply entirely online. You go to ruralnvfostercare.com, you create your account, and you can upload all of your documents to become licensed. I give you a call eventually to walk you through the process. Our training is also held online, so you can attend that from the convenience of anywhere you may be. We are looking always at ways that we can make the licensing process more accessible to members of our community to make sure that we have the ability to have more foster homes. And in the community, we are making sure that we are hosting 1 to 2 events in each rural region of Nevada. We kind of split all our rural regions up into 4 different regions. And how we do that is that we host foster care panels and open house events. Foster care panels comprise of court specialists, social workers, foster parents, former foster youth, and other people of the child welfare team to really talk about the foster care system from their perspective. It's a very open-ended Q&A structured event, and it really humanizes the foster care system. It gives a good deep dive into what being a foster parent is like, and it gives people the opportunity to ask questions maybe they've never had the chance to ask about foster care before. We're also engaged in ongoing marketing efforts through billboard ads throughout the state. We have radio ads. We are regularly on news stations. Last week I was just in Pahrump for an interview, and that continues. And we're canvassing local businesses and organizations to present our flyer and see if anyone is willing to provide that in their establishments. Retention is just as important as recruitment, because if we're not maintaining our current homes, then we're never going to keep up. And so some ways that we do that is through making sure that our foster parents have adequate support. For the month of May is foster care month, and we have provided all of our foster parents with discount cards. Various businesses throughout the state have offered different discounts to offer foster parents for the month to show their appreciation. We engage in workshops, trainings, and conferences to strengthen trauma-informed parenting and to help support and guide through some troubling times or stressful times while foster parenting. Foster kinship is noted to be an example of best practice this year, and it is a nonprofit designed to support the relatives that are going through the child welfare system, whether that's connecting them to other resources or helping them explain the foster care system or advocating their place in this case. And lastly, we try our best to give appreciation gifts. We give welcome baskets to our incoming foster parents, and that's really all done with the support of the community and donations they provide us. in Elko, we were able to invite our local foster parents to their commissioner meeting to formally thank them for their service they do in their community. And I would love to suggest that as an opportunity next year, if that's available, to again show public appreciation for what our foster parents do. And that is really all I have to present today. You can visit childwelfare.gov. And if you want to get any of these neat little graphics for Foster Care Month, they have a lot of different statements. I have this Zoom background on right now, so you can continue to promote your appreciation and awareness for Foster Care Month this May. Again, thank you. I know it's been a very long day, but thank you for taking the time to hear me and celebrate this month for our foster care providers and everyone in this system.
Thank you, Shelby. That was that's good. And, you know, as the DA knows, this is something I recognize as a need, and we gotta start working harder, figure out ways to support you and your job. And I really wasn't aware we hired like high school kids.
Yeah. Thanks, Shelby. Anybody have any questions for Shelby while she's on the call there?
I'm 26, by the way.
I wish I looked 26. I feel 66. Chairman Gray, Mr. Wright. Shelby, this question is for you.
Hold on.
Oh, I feel 66, like that's old.
So.
You hit a nerve over here.
So
Somebody's
at
out.
any rate, Shelby, sorry, you don't have patience for us old fuddy duddies. Are foster kids considered homeless or children in transition?
They are, and they do qualify under the McKinney-Vento Act through school as students in transition.
Right on. And so like when you're placing those, let's say a kid from Dayton may have a decent fit for a parent or a foster parent in Carson City. Who's responsible for transporting that student back to the Dayton schools to keep their life as normal as possible, if that's appropriate?
It's really a team decision made. You know, if it's something that the foster parents are able to facilitate, that's great. We also have resources with the school district that are able to set up bus and transportation services to take that kiddo from Carson City to their school of origin. Now, this only really works if it's a reasonable commute. We're not going to take a child and have them commute hours a day to get to school. So it's always an ongoing conversation on really what's going to be the best plan for that child. If we can make sure that kids maintain their school of origin and that's not going to put extra stress on them, then we can make that happen.
Right on. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Shelby, I know, is out spreading the word across rural Nevada as we tried to connect over the last couple of weeks. I think she was in Ely and other places, getting the word out. She's working hard to raise awareness. We appreciate that. And we appreciate the board today considering this item. As Shelby mentioned, these are important items and a chance for the board to raise awareness, bring the public up to speed on the need for foster families in Lyon County and across rural Nevada. Also a great chance to recognize the foster parents that have served in Lyon County for so long. And this week alone, we've had probably 4 children removed from their home, unfortunately, or their placement just happens. And it's hard to get foster families, but there are families in Lyon County that step up. So we want to take this chance to thank them and appreciate all they do. Get the word out. As Shelby says, it's never been easier to sign up. And I know a lot of us, I'm not a foster parent, so I can't point the finger, but I know I can let people know that might be a good fit or interested in it, that they can contact Shelby and it's easier to sign up. There's legislation, I think, in the next pipeline, Commissioner Chairman Gray said, to make it even easier. Some of the income and payment information should get easier in the next few years. So just want to get the word out and keep promoting foster care. It's an important part of our community and it's a big help to those kids that get displaced. So today there's a proclamation and we ask that you approve that.
Do you have a copy of that proclamation from you?
I don't.
Can you, can I get you to read this?
Well, I get to read mine.
Sure. Yeah, you're spearheading this. I'd like you to do it now. Follow with the motion.
I believe Commissioner.
Oh, I was just gonna make a motion, so.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Mind if I reserve the motion for me there, Commissioner Britton?
So this is the proclamation recognizing May 2022 as Foster Care Awareness Month in Lyon County. Whereas children are key to Nevada's future success, prosperity, and quality of life. And whereas children have a right to thrive, learn, and grow. And whereas foster parents provide the care, safety, and stability for children, and foster parents help vulnerable children achieve their potential. And whereas foster parents in rural Nevada are caring for more than 414 children and youth in foster care as of February 2022. And whereas Lyon County and rural Nevada are experiencing a shortage of foster families and are in need of families to care for children of all ages and needs. And whereas due to lack of foster homes in rural Nevada, kids are commonly placed outside of their home area in a different county, different school, and unfortunately sometimes separated from siblings, making an already difficult situation for the children more traumatic and disruptive. And whereas we must recognize the important role foster parents play in caring for children who have experienced abuse and neglect, supporting family reunification, and building strong communities. And whereas we all play a role in ensuring Lyon County's children are healthy and safe and are able to reach their full potential. And whereas we all play a role in preventing child abuse and neglect. Whereas we thank those giving men and women that help our communities by caring for foster children, faith-based organizations, volunteers, and the federal, state, and local agencies that help these children. And we encourage all citizens of Lyon County to recognize their contributions to our communities. And we also encourage others to accept foster children into their homes. Now for the Lyon County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Foster Care Awareness Month in Lyon County, Nevada. We further call upon all citizens, community agencies, faith groups, medical facilities, and businesses to increase their participation in our efforts to provide foster care in Lyon County, thereby improving the lives of those children in our communities that are displaced from their families. Approved and adopted by the unanimous vote of the Lyon County Board of Commissioners on this 5th day of May 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Thank you for reading that for us, Mr. Rye. I would like to make a motion that we recognize May 2022 as Foster Care Awareness Month in Lyon County and approve the read proclamation establishing May 2022 as Foster Care Awareness Month in Lyon County.
Second that. Any board comment, questions, concerns? Any staff comment, public comment? Anything online?
Just a shout out to all of our foster families out there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jacobson.
Just a shout out to all of our foster families out there. Thank you.
Yes, they provide a very, very valuable service. Hey, I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Let the record show the proclamation passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And for those of you guys who don't know, this is Steve, one of Steve's passions, believe it or not, and we've talked about it many times on it. So thank you for that, Steve. Okay, item 20, human resources. Item 28, possible action, approved amendment to employee benefits broker agreement for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, reducing commissions to 1.75% on all lines of coverage.
This one will be short and save us some money, so two good things. Eric Kolowski, HR Director. So as was brought up at the last meeting, our employee benefits broker has been with Lyon County for approximately 17 years. His commission percentages, though, have not been renegotiated in, to my knowledge, the last 10 or so years. And so between the time from then until now, claims expenses have gone up, in turn premiums have gone up. And with that, the amount of money that he makes off those same percentages from 10 years ago have obviously increased as well. 3% of $4.5 million is a different number than 3% of $2.5 million. So Commissioner Jacobson's points at the last meeting were well taken. After the meeting, I made some inquiries and records requests to other counties, comparable sized counties across the states, asked for their broker agreements, to get a sense of what a reasonable market compensation would be. Based on the information I've received so far, I'm seeing that broker compensation will range from on the low end about $40,000 to the highest I've seen other than us was about 137,000. So with that information, I called our benefits broker and said, we need to talk about your fees or your commissions. And he wants to keep working with the county. I think he recognizes that although he's got a contract for the next fiscal year, in the interest of treating us fairly on price and continuing what he hopes for a long-term, to continue the long-term relationship, he was willing to work with me on that. After some back and forth between us, he agreed to reduce his commissions to 1.75% on all lines of coverage. As it stands now, the commissions are 3% on medical, 7% on dental, 10% on life, and 6% on vision. A quick digression to answer a very fair question that Commissioner Henderson asked me at the last meeting that I did not have an answer to. How did we get to those numbers? So the best I was able to find out is back in 2005 when we first went with this broker, those were sort of industry standard commissions at the time. I think the last time, like I said before, anyone beat on this broker about fees was about 10 years ago, and they got cut in half or whatever happened at that time. And so that's the best I'm able to answer that question today. The upshot of that commission structure, though, that's currently in the agreement, and Commissioner Jacobson was in exactly the right ballpark, is that the broker is due to make about 160,000 in commissions in the next fiscal year. And so with the reduction that's being proposed by way of today's amendments, that would reduce to about 85,000 commissions. So it puts them in a much more reasonable place. I don't think it would be fair to infer from this that the county has not gotten a good deal on insurance. We've been getting hosed these last few years or something like that. There's a much bigger picture to this as far as the deal we get on insurance. The broker's commission is part of and not on top of the premium we pay to the carrier. And so when I'm looking at this, my focus has always been on the value on the whole. And I know that's been there. At the next time I talk about this, I promise you won't take my word for that. I'll have the data and all the documents to back it up. But I will bring that back in February so we can have discussion on the advisability of an RFP. For today, though, just it's good news in that we're saving a bunch of money on commission. So
thank you. Any more discussion? And thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Mr. Jacobson, go ahead.
If there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the amendment to the employee benefits broker agreement for the 2022-2023 fiscal year, reducing commissions to 1.75% on all lines of coverage.
Second. Good motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just a comment. Eric, thank you. It's above and beyond. You didn't have to do a thing because the contract was approved. I certainly appreciate you doing that, reaching out. So thank you very much.
you. And you guys made valid points.
Thank you, Eric.
Any public comment? Anything online, Jeff? Forgot we were. Okay.
Nope.
Call for vote. All in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Item 20B, approve revised plans for employee health, dental, vision, and life insurance coverage effective 1 July 2022. Reflecting the broker's reduced commissions and authorize the the Human Resources Director to sign associated contracts.
So Eric Golofsky, HR, this is simply the other shoe dropping from the prior agenda item. With the reduced commissions, as I mentioned, those are part of and not on top of the premiums we pay. So the premiums will lessen, and so will the rates that we pay per employee. Those are reflected in the attachments. One small point of clarification is for transparency. You'll notice there's commensurate reductions in the two big ticket items, the medical and the dental. For the life, the much smaller policies are the life and the vision. The reason there's no change on those reflect zero change. We're in the middle of a 2-year rate lock that we negotiated last year with those. We thought it would not be in the county's best interest to go and undo that because our claims experience has not exactly been fantastic in those areas. And so it's not going to be good to disturb that for this year. Our broker said, though, just so that there's no issue of him breaching his own contract, that he would just waive his commissions on those. It's not a lot of money. And so that'll just buffer into our loss ratio for next year. So that's just for transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. I'll make a motion that we approve the revised plans for employee health, dental, vision, and life insurance coverage effective July 1st, 2022, reflecting the broker's reduced commissions, and authorize Eric, the Human Resources Director, to sign associated contracts.
Second.
Further discussion? Full comment? Saying none, I'm gonna call for the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record show, the motion carried 5-0. Item 24, agenda requests. Any requests? Item 25, commissioners' comments. Any further commissioners' comments? Throw it out there.
Just want to wish everybody a happy Mother's Day this weekend, and have a great day, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to make a note since my wife reminded me. Nurses Week starts tomorrow. It's May 6th through May 12th. If you have a nurse, thank them. They are unique people, caring people, and pleasure to live with.
Just one quick comment. I have a table for 10 at the Right to Life Gala tonight, and everybody's canceled except for me, Scott, Jim, and him. So if there's a couple people want to head for Reno, follow me in.
I'm him now. All right, anything further by staff? Otherwise, I'm gonna drop this gavel. We have no closed session today unless Steve changes his mind. We're adjourned.
No, he's not allowed to change his mind. I'm leaving.
Closed session.